Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Vision Lights Live.
Morning. Glorious morning out there, but thankfully not so hot. Oh, so relieved. I hate moaning about the hot weather, but it has been a bit hot, hasn't it? Anyway, welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely to have you this morning. We've got a lovely day today because we've got a new fabric collection, brand new guest, very exciting. Love having a brand new guest with a product that you've never seen before. Fabulous. And not only that, we've also got a website that's working. So we had a few issues yesterday and it's all good now. Lovely. Ben actually went home and cried yesterday. I said to him, what's wrong? And he went, the website broke. But anyway, it's all fixed now. So I'm very glad I wasn't here yesterday. Thankfully, because I'm sure for all of you, it was probably quite frustrating as well. Let's start with the early bird, and then I can tell you what's coming up on today's show. So we'll do that first. Fabulous saving for you. Not only is it a fabulous saving, it is something that you need and want and love. It's white Rose and Hubble fabric, quilted weight cotton fabric, 3 metre bundle, 3 metres. Look at all that. That's it folded in half, by the way. So it's your normal 44-inch width, 112 centimetres. All of that. We all need white fabric. It goes beautifully as a contrast with other fabrics. It's lovely on its own. It's one of those things we always have in our stash. Bit of white, bit of ivory, bit of calico, maybe some navy. That's your stash, isn't it? So now normally, to be honest, £23.94 for 3 metres of cotton fabric is good. Because that's quite a lot, isn't it? £23.94. But we're doing a special Friday mornings. So I'm ready, Ben. I'm ready. Are you ready? Are we ready? How much are we going to reduce it to? No. £4 off. So that's half a metre free, really, isn't it? Because is it £3.95 half a metre now? I think it is. That's half a metre for free. Half a metre free. Now, we are, just looking at those numbers, very limited on this. So if you want to save £3.95 this morning, well, £4, so half a metre for free, there you go. Look at that. It is, I mean, it's gorgeous. Well, you've used it, haven't you? You know, it's Rose and Hubble, beautiful quality, white fabric, 3 metres. You could use that to back a quilt, couldn't you? Right, we've got less than 30 left now. It is going to sell out. We can't get any more of this early bird today. We maxed out on what we could get for you. But half a metre for free, 3 whole metres of Rose and Hubble quilting weight, beautiful white fabric. It's our lovely, bright snow white. Just perfect, when only white will do. Sometimes you want ivory, don't you? Sometimes you want cream, sometimes you want calico, but sometimes only white will do. Right, we are down to 16 now. 16 of these. Save yourself half a metre for free. It's £4. Well, more than half a metre and a diddly bit. £19.94, 15 left. We are going to sell out of this. Absolutely brilliant. What a nice start to the day, though. Always good, isn't it? I know there's loads of you tune in for the early bird. Well, I do, anyway. See what there is, what's on offer. Like a little sale to get myself going. But quite nice when we get one of these products that, you know, it's a staple. It's something that we use all the time. We don't need to reduce this because we know how much you love it. 10 left. But, you know, little treat. Why not? 3 metres. We'll leave that with you because there's only 8 left, so it's about to sell out. Right, should we have a look at the menu and I'll let you know what's going on today while I fold that back up again. So we have got launch Jason Yenter Daydreams Collection. Brand new fabric collection from Jason Yenter. It's beautiful. It's in pastels, not super bright light pastels, but a little bit with pastels with a little bit of colour on white, featuring hummingbirds and butterflies, beautiful floral fabrics. We have got the whole collection, including the beautiful border fabrics. If you love Jason Yenter, you'll know what I mean about the beautiful border fabrics. And we've got some bundles as well. And we've also got some products that we launched the other day. And we're going to show them today for all of those who missed them, of you who missed them. Then, 9 o'clock, brand new guest. Sasha Sews, God, that's really hard to say. Sasha Sews with Sasha Fancy. So you might already know Sasha. She has been designing, sewing, producing, innovating for quite some time. And so you might already know her, but we want to give her a warm Sewing Street welcome. We are so pleased to have her on board and you are going to love her kits. She's got a really innovative way of creating patterns without using templates. You are going to love it. It's brilliant, absolutely inspired. She's so lovely, really talented, and we're really looking forward to working with her today. So she'll be on with me at 9 o'clock and we'll find out all about her then. 10 o'clock, now this is the special Blenders Galore. Blenders are one of those overlooked fabrics that we need. They're the ones that we use to make our designer fabrics go further, but work beautifully on their own. We have put together a whole host of blenders for different price points, different designers, so that you can use these to build your stash, and they're better than just plain fabrics because they've got a little bit of movement and texture in them. So it's all about the blenders with some savings as well. Even better. 11 o'clock, Sasha will be back again. Different kit this time. We've got some of her own fabric bundles, again, using this amazing idea that she's got that makes sewing so much easier. You're going to love it. Real technical hour. And then 12 o'clock, we're going to finish off the morning with sewing room tools. Oh, and we put in some really cool ones. All those little gadgety, nice things. I'm actually quite looking forward to the thread ripper because I need a new one. So before we get into the Jason Yenter, very excited. Oh, there's one of those left. We're going to talk about quilting clips first, because these, had the website been fully operational, would have sold out yesterday. Now, great brand, Needle and Bear, and brand new to us, well, they were yesterday, brand new to us, Needle and Bear quilting clips. Now, in here, look at the price of this, right? $6.99 for 50. Shall we open them up? Because this isn't just a box. Oh, no. Well, it is a box, obviously, but it comes in its own storage box, not a plastic bag, a storage box. $6.99 multicoloured fabric clips. Look at that. Pack of 50. Now, you shop around. I know I do, because I have many more than 50 fabric clips. I have several hundred, actually, because I use them all the time. They are brilliant when you are clipping together, when you can't pin thicker layers, like when you're quilting, when you've got all that wadding, or if you're doing like denims and canvas. They're brilliant when you can't pin because you're using something like vinyl or PU or something really delicate like silk or satin. Clips are the answer. They hold things together just as strongly as a pin does. They're also really good for holding together the tops of things like Mint Imperial packets and crisp packets. Things like that. Use them all the time. Very good as hair clips as well. I use them to clip bits of paper when I've got all my dressmaking patterns. I pin them together. I know when I'm printing out PDFs like knitting patterns, I always clip them together with these. They're just brilliant. So yes, mainly we use them for sewing. Once you've got them in the house, you will find people start borrowing them. And you find these little clips because they're just perfect because they hold things really tightly. Now, $6.99 for 50. You shop around and have a look and see what they cost elsewhere. And not only that, they always come in this lovely little box. Ideal. But you get a mixture of colours, which is brilliant, because maybe you want to mark your seam allowances, or maybe your dressmaking, you want to mark the double notch with purple ones and the single ones with red ones. Or maybe you're marking different parts on a pattern where you want to see what's what. I sometimes use them instead of post-it notes because you can clip on the edge of a pattern to show where you are. Absolutely perfect. They're brilliant, aren't they? $6.99, multicolour, come with a handy case, which I think is brilliant, isn't it? Because that's what you need to keep them all in. They will all come in that, in the box as well. $6.99 for 50. If you've never used fabric clips, have a go. They're always so useful to have when you just can't get the pins through, particularly if you are clipping round curves, pinning round curves, much easier to put the clips in. You can also mark places with them, so they're useful for all sorts of sewing, but also all around the house as well. Really, really good. I use them for loads and loads of different things. There's always little fabric clips, and they're pretty strong as well. $6.99 for those with their own box. Right, the next product I want to show you is the wooden seam roller. Now, this is another really useful product when you can't press or you don't want to press. So maybe you can't press something with your iron because of the type of fabric it is, like it's a PU, it might melt or it's very delicate. Or maybe you're doing something like FPP where you just want to sew it, press it, trim it, sew it. This is ideal for this. I think, pretty sure it's bamboo. They normally are. No, not bamboo. Yeah, I can't think what it's called. Beech. I think it's beech. We'll check that out. Anyway, it's wood. It's wood. And really, really useful because although it's just such a simple design, it's just a wooden roller, but it gives you a nice crease. Maybe you're like folding something in half and you just want to press the crease. Or maybe what I'm doing sometimes, I want to press something. Maybe I like doing half square triangles and I want to open that up, but I've marked them with a friction pen. You can use this instead. You can also, to make it work a little bit more efficiently, don't obviously heat it up, but just place it against your iron and it will just warm it up and you'll get an even better crease. Absolutely invaluable for just those little seams where you either can't iron them or want to do it quickly so you don't want to iron them. Again, only $6.19. These are products from Needle & Bear, are fantastic value. They're your kind of use all the time, go-to products at really, really affordable prices. $6.99, amazing. There we go. Right, leave that with you. The box. And then we've also got the sewing thread storage box. This will hold 27 spools, which is quite a lot, isn't it? Let's open it up. So this is the way for you to get all of your thread spools organised rather than all sitting in a bag or in a big box together. Little spikes, so you can put all of your threads on there. It's got a lid as well, so you can keep them all enclosed. Brilliant if you're taking threads on workshops. Great in your sewing room, because you can stack them all up as well. So you can get 27 in there. Obviously, the threads aren't included, but that's what it will look like. You could organise them, so you could have like one box for all your neutrals, one for all your blues, one for all your greens, and then you can automatically, the great thing, because it's clear, you can see it all the way around. So you can see where everything goes in there. Again, another amazing affordable price. $5.99 for that. Really worth multi-buying. If you're thinking about, right, do you know what, I'm going to sort my storage room, my sewing storage out. I'm fed up with that. I mean, honestly, I keep buying thread storage. Must either need to buy more storage or less thread. But and then it all gets tangled up. You could even, if you had enough room in them, you could put your spool on one stick thing and then put the matching bobbin next to it. So spool, bobbin, spool, bobbin, spool, bobbin. How useful would that be? So that you've always got them together side by side. Really, really useful. Right. Okay. Right. I did promise earlier we were going to do Jason Yenter fabric. Now, I'm just going to bring in all the fabric. So this is a brand new fabric collection from Jason Yenter's In the Beginnings range. And this is called the Daydream Collection. So we have got all of the fabrics from his collection here in one big bundle. And I think we should do an offer, because it's brand new. And whenever we do brand new fabrics, we have to do an offer, don't we? So let's give you a metre for free. Let's do it. I think that's fine, isn't it? So 11.5 metres for the price of 10.5 metres. So you can see from this, I mean, that is a lot of fabric. If you buy like a double bed, king size bed quilt. You're talking normally 7 meters, sometimes 9. So 11.5 meters is going to go a really long way. It's on 3-way split pay as well. So if you want to spread the cost, you can either pay you £188.79 and it's all done, sent to you straight away, or we'll split it in 3 for you, 3 equal payments of £62.93. You pay the first payment now. We won't charge you an arrangement fee. We won't charge you interest. And we'll still send it to you straight away. And then you just pay off the other 2 amounts over the next 2 months. And it's your way of getting fabric and spreading the cost. Now, I'll just show you them, I will open them up in a bit, but I want you to see this fabric. It's beautiful. So Jason has designed this as a sort of a pastel, but he said he didn't really want it to be really paley pastel. He wanted to have a little bit of punch without it being bright. So you've got these beautiful, most of it is set on a white background with these beautiful clear blues. You've got hummingbirds. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I'll show you the border prints because I need to open those up for you. You've got that lovely all over print there. Look at that one. How gorgeous. So you can see it's fresh, it's clean, it's floral. Then you move into these lovely sort of aqua prints. But if you love this, these shades, I mean, that's gorgeous. We're starting to move into a few mauves here, still keeping that pastel vibe, but without it being really baby pastel, but more sort of, I think he calls it like bright pastel. So it's not bright and it's not pastel, it's kind of halfway between. That's the blue section of the prints. Then we move into the sort of the pinky green section. So it really is very springy, isn't it? Look, you've got greens and mauves. I mean, that one is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So now I'm laying out the whole collection. You can really see how these colours are punchy. We've got hummingbirds, we've got butterflies. Imagine a scrappy quilt with this. Also, you have got a bit of a light and a dark vibe going on. So if you wanted to do it where you're doing maybe half square triangles, a log cabin, and you want that light and dark tones, you've got the hummingbirds. I mean, you could even, if you love the hummingbirds, you could save them, just them for a different project and use all of these. But the great thing about this collection is that the fabrics are all of a very specific colourway. But when you get the whole collection, they'll all go together because it's not always easy when you've got a very tight colourway like this that's quite specific to match it with other fabrics. There's even a white on white fabric, which if I open it up, because you can't always see it otherwise. It's got this beautiful, it's one of these designs. I'll find it in a minute. It's one of the, I think it's this design. It's similar to this design, but it's white on white. That's so useful, isn't it? Because all these fabrics are set on white backgrounds. It's really nice to have that one. And then to top it off, you've got these 2 border prints, which I have to open up to show you because these are gorgeous. So the border print runs down the length of the fabric, so parallel to the selvages. And obviously you get half a metre of this. So you can use it like that. I mean, maybe if you're binding a quilt, if you're making a quilt, you could use this to bind the edges. Cut it across horizontally, across the width from selvage to selvage. And then when you bind, it looks almost like you've got a scrappy binding. You could use it like this. Or you can cut it and use the borders as individual strips because they're designed so if I do it this way, they sit on this green band, each of the prints. Now, if you absolutely love this, we do sell this on the ½ metre on its own because I know a lot of you will buy these border prints to put around the edge of the quilt. So if you want to buy extra of this one, you can. Now, the bundle is now on low double figures. We are very limited. We know that there's loads of you've got it in your basket. So if you want to get hold of this, you need to be quick. It's a really big bundle. I mean, I know it's like £188.79. We've given you a metre for free, but there are 11.5 metres in it. And that's the blue border print. So you're getting the blue border print, you're getting that multicolour border print, you get these beautiful shades. And look at the print there. You've got butterflies all amongst these beautiful flowers. It's fabulous, isn't it? Right, so those are all of the fabrics, 11.5 metres. But it is so fresh and lovely, isn't it? And I think each one of the fabrics, when you look at them, if I just take one out like this one has got a really pretty sort of appley green background with these leaves and flowers all over it. It's very nature inspired, but I love this colour palette. It's fresh and it's clean. It's so pretty, isn't it? So obviously, you know, when we sell a whole bundle like this, we often think, oh, well, you'll use the whole thing to make a quilt. But quite often, I know that you don't. You use them for all other things. I think if you just love that colour palette, even if you think, well, I'm going to make a couple of bags, or I've got an idea, I want to make like just a lap quilt, but I might make several, you can also put them into colour groups as well. I mean, the hummingbird one that's in here, well, there's two of them because there's sort of a bluey colourway and a multicolour, but isn't that lovely? And the colours are so specific here, and you'll see that these colours are being picked up in the rest of the design. That's lovely. Right, we are on single figures of this bundle now. So good luck with it. We have got some other bundles. We have put it together in smaller bundles if you only want a few. So if you want this bundle, you need to be quick. But isn't that lovely? So you've got hummingbirds, you've got butterflies, you've got all of these beautiful designs. I mean, this pink one, it's very rich. I mean, Jason Yenter's designs are always very multi-layered. You can see the time and the work that's gone into them. I love his colour choice as well. You've got, you know, it's very pastel, isn't it? But then instead of keeping it really light, he's picked up a few parts of it in much brighter colours here and there. I think that is absolutely stunning. And I really love the blues as well. So you can kind of split it into those two colourways. But if you take the blues, like this one, I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? You've got blues and greens. You've got a little bit of zesty lime in there as well. And isn't that lovely? You know, even if you just think, well, I'm just going to use, I don't know what I'm going to do with them just yet. I'm going to just use a couple of them. But with 1/2 metre of each, there's so much you can do with them. You know, if you were just thinking, well, I'm just going to make a couple of cushions, actually. Then, you know, those, one for the front, one for the back. Maybe you want to go a bit fancier. You could say, I'm going to make a bag. I'll put that as the band on the top. I might take one of these border prints and use part of it for the handle of it, because it is so clean and fresh, isn't it? It's really good for dressmaking as well, because it's a really nice, although it's a quilting weight cotton, it's got a really nice feel and handle to it. Absolutely stunning. It's really, I think we're really lucky to when we get a new Jason Yenter collection, because it takes so much time to do it. He does have quilt patterns available. They're not free ones, but they are available that he has designed to use with these fabrics. So they'd be quite good to get, wouldn't they? Now, I'm going to leave the mega bundle with you for now. We are in single figures of it. Now, we have put together some smaller bundles just for those of you who would just like a few. So I just need to go through and pick out the ones. So this bundle here, 5.5 metres of fabric. So we've got hummingbirds, we've got the green. This is more, I would say, the greens and pinks. That fabric range, which I think, therefore, must be all of them. So there's 11 in that one, 2, I think that's all of them. So we're going to reduce this one down to £89.90. It shouldn't really be on split pay, but it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the border one, 11. So this is we've put this one as because, you know, in the main collection, there was all the blues. These are all the pretty ones. Beautiful. So if you just want a taste of this, and maybe you don't want the blues and you just want the coloureds, or maybe you want just the coloureds and not the blues, then we do both. I didn't show you this one. So you've got the full hummingbird one there, but look at this one. I think that's kind of, for me, the hero fabric of the collection. It features the hummingbirds. Look at the way that all of these stems twine, and then you've got these flowers popped in amongst them as well, and then you've got the butterflies. I mean, I think that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? £89.90 for that. So that's £10 off. Wow. I don't know why. We've only got 4 of these left. It's a really good way of getting a sample of it without buying the whole thing, but also you're keeping to the colourful colour palette. I'd get the Mugger bundle because they all go together, but if you just want a smaller taste of it, £89.90. And that's on split pay as well, two-way split pay. I don't know why. So two-way split pay, 2 equal payments of £44.89. And we'll send it to you straight away. Entirely up to you whether you do it. But you've got these large-scale hero prints. You've got the smaller blender prints, like this green one. You've got that beautiful pink one. This one is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that one. Beautiful, isn't it? And they all go together so well. So if you want that sort of really pretty colour palette, it's the sort of fabric collection that, you know, once you see it now, if you think, well, I'm not sure I love it, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it, get it, because then you will definitely use it. You've got it, and then you've got a design that comes to mind. We've all got loads of patterns and books. There will be something that you'll be able to use it for it. Now, we've got more people who've got this in baskets than we've got. I love the fact that you've got like a couple of the smaller blender low volume prints that complement beautifully. When you pick out a fabric like this, you know, if you want it to go further, you need a smaller print to go with it, and you can see how beautifully these match because they're part of the whole fabric collection, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got this lemon one, beautiful green, a very sort of a greeny yellow background. This is pretty. I mean, I think this is the thing with all of these fabrics. Just even on their own, they stand out so well, don't they? Love the colours on that. It's a really unusual collection. Well, that's the great thing on Sewing Street, that we can feature all these different collections, you know, because all of the designers, they have such different styles, and it's really nice that we can buy them and just give you them for the whole collection, because quite often you go to a shop and they've only got 1 or 2 of them, they haven't got all of them, but we've got the whole collection for you here. The only problem we do have is that we sell out. There we go. Oh, you also do get the border print with that one as well. You get that colourful border print. We've also got some even smaller bundles, if you just want a small collection of it. Right, so we'll start off with the multi. So in that one, you get the border print. I think you get that one. You get the hummingbirds. You get that one. I'm just going through from the picture. No, I can't work out what that one is. I'm just putting them there. 1, 2, there's 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. 7. There we go. So that's 7 of them. So you do get the border print in that one. Very important. £62.93 for that. But we'll give you a little reduction because it's new, brand new today. So we'll give you a reduction on that one. So it was 62. Ben's just I can hear his calculator working it all out, how much reduction. So you get the border print with that one. £59.93. That's a £3 saving. Why not? Let's go 4. Let's go 4. Yeah, it was £4 off the early bird, so I think we should go £4 off this one. Yeah, that's better. Single figures on that one. We're very limited because we've only got what we've got. We bought the whole range, but so that we don't have masses of everything, it's really good that we buy the whole range, but just a bit of it. Has Ben put together a complimentary bundle from Karen? Yeah, Karen, of course he has. That's his middle name. Ben Complimentary Bundle. Gibbs. That is his name. Of course he has. I'll show you that in a moment. So with this one, you get the border print, you get the hummingbirds, you get that lovely hummingbird and floral print. You get the leaf print on that pale green background. Gorgeous all over florals. You get the more paisley one, and then you get the blender. So that is a really pretty one, isn't it? £58.93. Save yourself £4 on that one. 3.5 metres in total. I mean, that's not bad, is it? 3.5 metres, designer fabric. £58.93. And we'll show you the blender, the complimentary bundle in a moment. Yeah, this one is about to sell out. So if you've got this one in your basket, you need to check on that one quite quickly. Right, the last bundle that we put together is the Blues collection. So let me just get the Blues. Have we called it the Blues? Oh, kind of. Blue Mini. Have we got a picture? Right. So we've got 7 metres of this, 7.5 metres of this one. So with this one, you do get the border print. You do get the hummingbird, the blue, because you know there's the coloured hummingbirds and there's the blue hummingbirds. You get that lovely floral print there. You get the blender print. I've got the hummingbirds already. You get this one and this one and this one. And I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. I'm trying to do it off a picture and it's quite difficult. Right. So the warehouse sent us 1/2 metre of each. So we couldn't make all the bundles on the table first. We had to make them as we're going along. So remember, you're getting that beautiful border print, 1/2 metre of that. But the thing is, we want to be able to maximise how many we sell. So if the warehouse send us a little bit of everything, then we can't sell it by the 1/2 metre as well if they've cut it all up. So you get that lovely border print. You get the hummingbirds. That one is gorgeous, isn't it? Love that one. I love that one in the colourful collection. You get this lovely, tiny, ditzy, floral all over print as well. So this one, again, £58.93, so that's a £4 saving. You get the leaf print. So remember, if you buy the full bundle of all of them, you will get all of these. But if you just like the blue ones, or with the other bundle, you just like the coloured ones, then this is ideal. Morning, Rebecca. Are you all rested after Glastonbury? Yes, well, I only did a day this year, Kate, because I couldn't get a full ticket. And then luckily, amazingly, I managed to get a Sunday ticket in the resale for locals. Not quite sure how, because I live reasonably local. So I am reasonably local. So I only had one day, so it wasn't as bad last year. It took me days to get it over to. But I really burned my face. It's only just gone down. Had a fantastic time, though. Saw some amazing bands. But fingers crossed for 2 years' time I get the whole days. But at least I had one day of gloriousness. This is single figures now. I think the blue one is very popular. I love the blue because it's blues and lilacs and that really lovely green. I think this is my favourite. I love the hummingbird one. That is beautiful, isn't it? But I love this one. I liked it in the multis as well. It's got such a fresh, clean, white background. I love the stem and I like the hummingbird all over it. How gorgeous is that? It's so fresh, isn't it? I always want to go, fresh, exciting. Can't remember who's that was by. So exciting by you. Right, single figures, you need to get that one checked out. That one is absolutely flying out. So that's the blue. That's the blue collection. Right, now Ben has obviously made a complimentary fabric bundle to go with it. Obviously, because this is how you make your designer fabric go further. And obviously we stock here all of the Rose and Hubble fabrics, so we can pick up, we can pick out the fabrics that go with it. I have to say that fabric on the website, that image on the website is rubbish. It really, I mean, that purple looks really muted. The green looks like beige. This is the bundle. So you've got light pink. I think that might be buttercup. Then you've got, that's not cloud and it's not powder, is it? I should know these. Buttercup, light lilac, light pink, I got that one, and pink. Mint. Powder, oh, that one's powder blue. Oh, I thought it was a bit darker than powder blue. So there we go. That's so pretty, isn't it? Not only are we giving you all of these together that have been hand selected, we're also giving you a discount. £3 off, 3 metres. Yes, so yeah, Ben thinks that the Jason Yenter designer collection from the designer is the complementary bundle to his fabric collection. But that is pretty, isn't it? Doesn't that look lovely? There you go. Should we just have a look? Actually, I probably need to take some of the multis. Let me take my favourite multi, which is this one. Look at that. So, I mean, to be honest, because we're selling the Jason Yenter by the half metre, all of them, you could get this bundle and then just get one of these to go with it. That's lovely, isn't it? How about the green one? It's nice. This one, I think, works really well. Look. Because you've got that green, you've got the pink, you've got the pale pink, you've got that blue, you've got that lilac. So that is lovely, isn't it? Let's put it with this one. That's lovely, isn't it? To be honest, even if you put it with the blue ones, if you picked out like the hummingbirds, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Because it's really picking up all of that colour palette. And in fact, the hummingbird in the multi as well looks lovely, doesn't it? That's good. Look at that. £20.94. Save yourself £3 for the pastel bundle. Yes, Ben did make quite a lot of these. But do you know what? Half the stock's already gone. So even if you just buy one of these, get the bundle. Because they are lovely, aren't they? Well, luckily, see, because there are so many of these Rose and Hubble fabrics, without the shade card, it's really hard to pick the shades that you need. That is so pretty, isn't it? But it does go with all of them. I'd get that hummingbird to go with it. Because it just makes it go a bit further. Right, 28 in baskets, 32 in stock. 4 of you are going to, that means, God, my maths is rubbish. 4 of you are not going to miss out. That's only 4 more that we've got in stock. Oh dear, I think I've got a Glastonbury brain, and I came back on Sunday. That's almost a week ago, isn't it? So it's getting close, it's getting close. There are now 3 people that aren't going to miss out. Dear, it's only 8 in the morning, isn't it? It's too early to be doing maths. £20.94. Save yourself £3 on that beautiful bundle. Right, shall we do them by the half metre now? Okay, I'm going to start with the border prints because I think they're very special. I'm going to start with the colourful border print. Now, the good thing about the border prints, let me move the complimentary bundle, and if you are buying by the half metre, means you can, because of the way that the stripes run, it is. They run parallel to the selvage. So if you wanted to put them around a border of the quilt, in fact, if you go onto Jason Yenter's website, there's a picture of the quilt design, this border he's put around the edge. Then you can buy extra to go down the edge of the border. If you want to use it for dressmaking and put the border along the bottom of a skirt, then you can buy more and it will just, you know, because that's how it runs. As a selvage, it runs that way down. Then you can have the extra. They look lovely just across the bottom of a bag. So you could use a white fabric above that, or a pale one fabric would look really nice. So that's the border print in colourful. well, it's not called, what do they call? Oh, Floral Garden Multi. Let's do the border print in blue. We'll do it that way round, rather than doing all the colourful and then all the blue. Right, border print in the blue. Beautiful, isn't it? So that's it running parallel to the selvage. That's what it looks like this way. So, you know, this is the great thing is if you want to extend a quilt, if you've only got something small in the centre and you want to make it bigger, put a big, impressive border around the edge. And I would also suggest if you're going to do that, miter the corners when you join them. So cut them all into the individual strips and then miter them, and then they just flow beautifully around the border. Now you can see in the background of this border print, you can just see it. There's this neutral floral design underneath it. This is how a lot of Jason Yenter's fabric works. It's layers, so he's got this sort of layered floral in beiges. Can you see underneath? And then this other floral pattern on top. Now the white fabric that goes with it is this neutral design underneath, so that when you get any of the fabrics in the designs, you can see it all pulls together. So that's the blue floral fabric. We have only got 4 meters of that one left though. So if you want that one, you need to be quick. Right, let's do hummingbirds next. I'm going to do the hummingbirds in the multi. These have a really lovely watercolour feel to them. You see, they do look painted. And these are brand new to Sewing Street. We've never seen any of them individually. First time ever. Aren't they absolutely stunning? But look at them, they're just, and what's lovely about this one, it's really multi-directional. So it really does feel like that you've got this whole beautiful array of hummingbirds coming at you in all different directions. Gorgeous. You know, and even if you just get half a metre of something like this, then, you know, just making yourself a little travel purse or a wash bag or something with it, when it's just small pieces, you can just cut out like, I would go for like a 6 by 8 inch piece or just a small coin purse, because it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? If obviously, because you can multi-buy this, then you know, if you want to use it for other things, if you want to use it for like a pillowcase or cushion in the bedroom or that sort of thing, just because it's so pretty, then you can multi-buy. Again, think about dressmaking. I mean, wouldn't that be absolutely stunning if you made a dress with the hummingbird and then you bought the border print? I'm going to just recreate it for you here, one moment. And then you sewed the border print across the bottom. See, like that. Isn't that lovely? Because it really blends together well. Amazing. So beautiful, all of these beautiful dressmaking, very nice blouse. This is the blue hummingbird. And remember, great for little blouses. Really nice. That would be ever so pretty, wouldn't it? And if you're going to do dressmaking with it, buy a few. And then you have different ones with different sleeves and that sort of thing, because that's really lovely. Love that one. Right, let's do, I have to move away the ones that I've done or I'm going to forget. Right. This one in the colourful. This is kind of like the hero print, I think. I just need to give the JHUQ15. That one I think is stunning. This is the one that I would pick for dressmaking. Because that would make a lovely blouse, wouldn't it? We had a lovely blouse pattern on the other day. I don't know whether we've still got it, from Tash, and she gave me the blouse in the end. I've worn it so many times and had so many compliments about it, but it would look beautiful in that fabric. I said to her, because she gave me the pattern, when I find the right fabric, I'm going to make one, but I think this is so pretty, isn't it? I like that. So have a think, if you're going to do dressmaking with it, just work out, remember it's 44 inches, 112 centimetres wide, what you need for that one. I think that's beautiful. Now that fabric also comes in the blue, so you can see that's that same sort of large hero print. Oh, I don't know whether I like this one or the multi now. That's really nice, isn't it? It's like sort of a more modern willow pattern, isn't it? I love the tendrils going all the way up it. And also it's quite, I mean, it does have a direction because you can obviously see the way it's going, and you have got the hummingbirds in there. But they're quite subtle, aren't they? Just here and there, they're in part of the design. That's beautiful, and I've only got 2 meters of that one left, so be quick with that one. I really like that one. Right, which one shall we do next? Let's do this one, because that's nice. Again, this is quite an intense print. Let me just give Ben the code. Bum, bum. Can never find it when you want it. Oh, there we are, CGA UQ65. That's gorgeous, isn't it? It's like big circles, but you've got all of the colours and all the prints. There's quite a lot of very fine detail in this. Be nice to fussy cut. Like if you were doing a Dresden plate, you know, if you were doing like small blades and large centres, that would be absolutely ideal to go with that, wouldn't it? Because you could, or if you were just doing blocks, you could cut a square around with this circle section in the centre of it. That's lovely. Right, let's have a look at it in the blue, ETUQ13. So remember the blues has sort of blues and lilacs and green. Oh no, that is different. It's the similar thing. No, hang on. Okay, we'll do that one because I've said that one. Yeah, but the one that's the same as the other one, I'll show you in a minute. I love this one because it's got a really lovely... Oh, that's sold out by the half metre. Oh, well, this is the one I wanted to show you anyway. ZPUQ36. How about that one? See, that's the big circles. But it's so ornate, isn't it? And I like the way that with these, he's put them on a really bright white background because it really makes all of these prints show up. And it's really lovely shades of imperial purple, lavender. You've got blue, bit of apple green in there. Gorgeous, that one. Lovely. Right, next one. I've done that one and that one and that one. Let's do this floral print because this is pretty, isn't it? This is in the multi. Oh, look at that. Very pretty, isn't it? That'd be nice for the lining. If you were making something like you were going to make a bag, whether it's like a little wash bag or something, that would be nice for the lining of it, or the backing, or the background. So if you were doing cushions, you wanted one on the back. But if you're going to make yourself a bag, use one of these to line it because you've got the different scale prints. That is really super pretty, isn't it? Again, good for dressmaking as well. We've also got that one in the blue. Oh, maybe that one isn't, because they're not all in both colourways, are they? No, we've got the leaves. Let's do the leaves in blue. Or I think these look like oak leaves, don't they? They have that oak leaf look to them. That's lovely. On this one, the background is a very pale lilac lavender wash. So it's not white with this one, but you can see that really pale lavender wash. And the leaves are so intricately drawn that they sort of curve in different places. And you've got the real sort of dark imperial purple amongst it as well. So is that one? Yes, so we've also got the same fabric in the multi. So they do work well together, don't they? But they also work really nicely separately. With this one, you've got the background of it is a real sort of apple green colour wash. Gorgeous. But I like the way that he's picked out some areas of the leaves with that really vibrant pomegranate. And then you've got others that are very pastel. It does make some of the leaves really stand out by doing that. Okay, that's those two. Then we've got this lovely, in the multi, this is the sort of the swirly print. I showed it to you in the blue earlier. But again, because you've got these very definite designs, they're almost like 4 inches. They'd be good, you could cut these like you would cut a charm square. because they've got very definite designs. Again, very kaleidoscopic, so they'd be really good for doing with EPP and then putting all together. Beautiful. Is that one gone? Okay. Right, now I'm going to finish off with the smaller blender fabrics. So this is lovely. I mean, these, you know, they're lovely to pair with the main fabrics, but they work so well on their own. I love that pale blue leaf. We've got the pale blue leaf, where it's good feathers, and then we've got it in a darker blue as well. And then in the multi, they've done it, have you got that one, sorry? Oh, the appley green one. Love that one. Look at that, it's really special. I love that one. It's a really lovely teal colour. I think that's gorgeous. Then leaves on a nice blue colour wash. They're leaves with little floral designs. And then we've got these floral design leaves on the lemon colour wash. And then the final two. These are your beautiful blender fabrics, these two. I'll start with, that's the multi one. So it's all of the design elements, but all in miniature. So if you are buying any one to go with any of the other designs, these are the ones. That's the blue version of it. All $8.99 for half a metre. That's so pretty, isn't it? Again, good for baby clothes. Or just, you know, a little, if it's just a little blouse with a small one. Oh, and then the white one, which I'd forgotten about. And this is brilliant because it's exact, I mean, no, there is white. It's exactly the same white. And you remember I showed you that print underneath in the border prints. That's the print that you're getting on this. Although it looks like a white fabric, it pairs beautifully with the others, and particularly the border print, because it really goes well on there. And great for dressmaking as well. There we go. Right, that is the whole of the Daydream collection. So all you've got to do now, we are limited in stock on a lot of them, is we've got the big bundle of all of them, we've got the smaller bundles, or you can buy them individually. I know what a lot of you do will buy a bundle and then need a little bit more of the others, but we do sell the others. The mega bundle, unsurprisingly, has been the most popular. And Ben's complimentary bundle is doing quite well as well. Now, we do have a little bit more Jason Yenter that we just thought we'd pop in while we're celebrating him. Now, this is a new bundle. It's a fabric collection we've had before, but this is a new bundle. And we're going to take some money off it. It's the Oriental Gardens collection. So we've got navies and mustards. I need to open them so you can actually see them, I think. So this is the whole bundle. There we go. We've got all sorts of different Oriental symbols and signs on that one. Then you have this beautiful print. That's one of the border prints, isn't it? In fact, I think you need to see it that way. This is all in the same bundle with the heron. And then these are gorgeous, aren't they? So these designs, they're all, I was going to say they're fish, but they're not. They're koi carp, aren't they, if they're Oriental? Isn't that beautiful? You've got layers and layers of different koi carp, and you've got Oriental symbols all over it. But you can see it's almost like textured and layered together in blue. This will look amazing when it's cut and pieced as well because of the texture levels in it. Then you've got the same carp fabric in green. You can see them a bit better there, but it's the sort of thing that when you see it like that, you can see the carp, it's lovely. But when you cut it up, you just get all of these different textures, so little bits of the scales. Then we've got beautiful, look at this one. The colour on this is so intense. Those are the fans. And they look like chrysanthemums, don't they? Beautiful, intense blues and purples. And then to go with it, we've got a purple fabric here, which again has got that, it's almost like that Shashko fan background designs, but it is all the Shashko patterns in the background, overlaid with the flowers. And then the final one in this collection is this beautiful pink. So that's your whole fabric collection. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh yeah, good luck with that one. We've only got 10 of those left. That is the whole collection that you'll be getting, just like that. Right, we've also got a fat quarter bundle. Whoa, look at this. Look at those. I'm just going to show you them all like that. Aren't they absolutely gorgeous? 3 fat quarters, £12.74. If you like brights, you love colours, you really want all of that overlaid texture, those 3 go together beautiful. They're all from the same collection. Now, also, we have got all 3 of these as half meters on their own. So if you want half a meter and you want to buy the half meter and you want more of it, I mean, like that one, we have got all of them. That's this one. So if you want, particularly if you want to multi-buy, then we've got the same print, but in a different colourway. Gorgeous. Look at the colours in that. You've got limes and pomegranates and cyan. Beautiful. And then the final one, if you want it by the half metre, is this one. It's on a black background, but that is super bright, isn't it? Brilliant for a jacket lining. Right, and then we've got a panel. It's a tree. It's 2 panels. I think they will be about 18 inches square. Oh, turn it around. One of them is a tree. That's very good, isn't it? That's asking for a bit of embroidery on it, covered in French knots or quilting. And then this one. What a lovely pair of cushions. Love the path. Is that a pathway or a river? All the way. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. Only £6.99 for that one. And that's it. That's it. That is all the Jason Yenter. Now, if you're coming in specially through for the brand new Jason Yenter Daydreams Collection Mega Bundle, we are on single figures for that one, and we've got more in baskets than we've got in stock, so good luck with that. Thank you for joining me for this hour. After the break, we will be introducing Sasha, brand new to Sewing Street. You are going to love her design. She's got a really clever way of showing you how to make things. You'll like it. It's quite clever. I asked her how it worked. Love it. Anyway, I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Brand new guests. Do make her welcome to Sewing Street because she's now part of our family, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and our brand new guest, Sasha. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's really nice to have you. New to us, but not new to sewing on TV or to sewing.
No.
Right, so Sasha, brand new to Sewing Street. We need to know all about you. So how did all this business start? What was your beginning?
So I've been sewing for about 30, 35 years.
Oh, long time
now.
then.
Long time.
Long time.
So obviously from childhood.
Yeah.
And then probably 15 years ago, was doing the shows, was doing events, was doing Festival of Quilts and all of those sort of things. And yeah, and then the television journey started, and now we're on Sasha Sews.
Right, fantastic.
First ever time we've brought Sasha Sews to
It's
TV.
amazing. So you've got lots of different products. We've got these wonderful kits that we're going to talk about, and you've also got rulers and things. So what do you love doing? What thing really motivates you?
I love patchwork and quilting. That's where my
That's your
heart
thing.
is. Yeah. Not very good with zips, but then is any patchworker and quilter any good with zips? We'll do anything not to put zips in. And for me, I am on spectrum. So I have quite severe dyslexia. I struggle, but I love sewing.
Right.
Now, we all know, to be dyspraxic with numbers, to do sewing, it doesn't go together.
Okay.
At all.
Right.
So it was a case of me having to find my way through a journey.
Okay.
And find...
So what were the main points that you struggled with?
Seam allowances, working out quilt backings, working out how things
Right.
went together.
Okay.
So it was this journey that's led me to this point with Sasha Sews. And I, like anybody, you know, we want sewing to be accessible for everybody, no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also
yeah.
didn't want to be in that niche little pocket where we were producing things for Sasha Sews that could only be used by people that had additional needs or
Right,
that were
okay.
on spectrum. But then taking that side away from things, I mean, fabrics, who doesn't love?
Exactly.
You know, we are,
Anyway.
you know, we love gadgets, we love fabrics, we love
Yes.
anything to that. So, yeah, that is Sasha
So that
Sews.
was your driving thing, is that you love patchwork and quilting, but you wanted to create things that made it easier.
And that's the thing.
But it's easier for everyone, isn't it? We all
Yeah.
want it to be easier.
It needs to be. And I think that we get so hung up on perfection. We get so hung up
Yeah, we
on...
do. I know.
You know, those little tiny mistakes. You know, we are the worst, aren't we? You know,
Well, people go, oh, well, I've made this, but my points don't
Yeah,
match.
or-
And you think, who cares?
or somebody will say, oh, that's a beautiful quilt. Oh, well, have you seen this bit? Have you seen?
I know, it's
And we
just
pull
mad,
ourselves
isn't it?
apart. So, yeah.
Julie says, welcome, Sasha. Lovely to see you on Sewing
Oh,
Street.
thank you. Honestly,
Lovely.
I have been so nervous.
I know, she's really nervous.
I-
Look, Mandy says, I'm so excited to see Sasha on Sewing Street. Both looking fabulous this morning, ladies. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
the
you.
leopard print is back out.
It is.
So the leopard print is back out.
It is in
and
raspberry leopard print.
It is.
Beautiful.
And slightly smaller for anybody that don't recognise me.
Yeah, we've just been talking about Sasha's amazing weight loss journey, and I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to the before photos. Right, let's start with this amazing gadget. So this
Yes.
is your special ruler. It's been absolutely flying out on pre-order. What does it do? Why this special ruler?
Right.
Oh,
Do
we
you
need
want
the
to
black
grab
card.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there's a chalk marker there as well.
Black card, so you
So-
can see it.
Basically, go back to, let's go back to lockdown, okay? And I was trying to figure out, I had a couple of people
you
that
go.
were on some classes with me before lockdown. And they had additional needs and they were dyspraxic and struggled with numbers, the same as me.
Right.
And they were really struggling with your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, 1/2 an inch, 3/4 of an inch. And I thought there's got to be a way of making this easier. Something that you could actually just pick up and mark.
Without numbers.
Yeah, because there are some days with some rulers that I pick a ruler up and all the lines, the different colours, it just goes into a bit of a fog.
Right.
It just goes into a bit of a fog. So I just wanted a ruler, whether you're doing log cabin, foundation piecing, whether you're doing dressmaking, whether you are just marking things out, something that you could just literally pick up, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. So, and that is this ruler. So the only things it says on is 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 an inch.
That
It's got
is it.
no other numbers.
It's got no other numbers. So now when I say it doesn't matter whether you're left-handed or right-handed, it doesn't, because it's only 1 inch wide. So it means that this could be your 1/4 of an inch, or this could be your 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter which way round you're using it, okay?
So it's got
your 1/4 of an
It's
inch.
got holes in it, well, little slots
Yeah, you can see there that I've
that you
just-
can draw through. Okay.
Really easily as well. Really, really easily you can draw through them. So if we use it this way, so this could be your 1/4 of an inch, and then this could be your 1/2 an inch, and then this could be your 3/4 of an inch.
So you could use a chalk pen if you're using dark fabric. You could use a friction pen.
Yes.
You could mark through whatever you want. So this is
Anything.
a really easy way of marking a 1/4 of an inch and a 1/2 inch seam allowance.
And a 3/4 of an inch if you
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to go wider. Now, the other thing is, with these little dashes, the great thing about them is they're great if you're doing big stitch quilting, okay? And you want to mark out, because some people get really regulated about their stitches, about how their stitches
We've
are
got a
going
nice
to be.
message from Jeanette. It's so lovely to see Sasha on my favourite sewing channel. I have her rulers and find them so easy
It's
to
Nettie.
use. Love Nettie.
Yeah, I
Oh.
love it. Love Nettie. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's about making things easier. So I wanted things that you could use for other projects as well. So your big stitches. So, you know, if you wanted to, I don't know, take some of these out and do really big stitches or whatever.
Yeah,
or
so
just
you mean,
mark
or
your-
maybe, yeah, you might not need to mark all of them, just like every
Every
sort of
other
fruit,
one.
just depends what you want. But that's a really quick, simple and accurate way of marking a seam allowance
And
or a hem allowance or
It is,
whatever.
or anything. And so many people just keep it with them all the time. And I've got a couple of friends that have got it. They are into arts and crafts, but they still use it for that. You know, it doesn't
Well, you
have
can
to
use
be.
it for drawing along the edge of it. Can just be
Yeah.
a ruler, but it's,
Exactly.
I mean, I know because when I'm marking seam allowances, I've got my tape measure and I line it up and then I mark them all the way along. But here, you just go do.
And it's easy.
Done.
It's easy. So there are, obviously, this is
Amazing.
the OG, this is the original.
Right.
This is the one that went absolutely viral, went mad, and now we're working on ideas for more. We have got others.
I think it's brilliant because it makes it simple. So if you struggle with numbers and everything like goes together, that's brilliant. But even if you don't need, it doesn't need to have numbers on it.
no.
It's just about marking those seam allowances
These
really
are all,
quickly.
you know, these, you have got your dashes.
I mean, they're
your
all there,
inch
aren't
marks.
they?
Yeah, and you can work them out. It's 11 inches by 1 inch. Really, really nice, easy. I wanted the hole as well so that you can hang
Oh
it
yeah,
up
so you
and
can hang
things.
it up, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. Now, just to warn you, we've got more in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you've got this amazing ruler in your basket, get it checked out before it goes completely. It is brilliant, isn't it? And I mean, I would probably use it with a friction pen on darker fabric, but you've got the chalk pencil
You
for
don't
this.
have to have those additional needs. That's the important thing. You don't have to have needs like myself. It can just be that you want to find an easy way.
Well, Kate says, fab to see another new face in the Sewing Street family. Welcome, Sasha.
Thank you.
Oh,
Everyone's so friendly.
It is so
It's-
nice to have it. And another message as well. Welcome, Sasha, to Sew Street at last. A lovely lady, brilliant products from Susan.
thank you.
I know. I mean, I think it is lovely to have new people because you have new ideas and new things. And,
Yeah.
you know, and this, like you say, it's just I would use this loads. Right, we've got over 100 in baskets and we've only got 49 left. So you need to be quick. But I would definitely use this for because I'm always marking hems and seam allowances and things. And I
where
don't
we-
need the numbers.
No, but-
Actually, I just need the mark.
But isn't it great just to have that item that you
Yeah.
can just pick up? It doesn't matter which way round you pick it up.
Absolutely.
Whether you're longer dashes or shorter dashes, it's still your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Well, and also that is left and right-handed.
Yeah.
Because, you
And
know, when
that's
I'm
really
when I'm
important.
watching sewers left-handed, I'm like, how do you do
Yeah,
that?
I know.
Because it's making no sense and they're probably
is.
thinking of the same way. So lovely to see you here. I've followed you for a while and love your patterns and rulers. Welcome, Sasha, from Nikki.
Thank you.
I know, isn't it great? It's so nice that we have new guests. Right, be quick with this. We've got 37 left and over 100 in basket. So be quick. It's an amazing product. And there are over 100 people that are going to miss out on this ruler. 134 in baskets. Oh, they're going up and we've got 32 left. So it's in your basket. Do check out on it because it's about to sell out. I think it's brilliant. It is one of those products and we find them every now and then. Well, you
Yeah.
invent them. But
Yeah.
I don't invent. I find them every now and then and go, that
It is. And
useful.
I think we've got so many ideas for bigger ones, you know, bigger, wider rulers, things that
Yes.
you can do different. And it's
Lucy
about
says,
getting them out
welcome, Sash. Lots of love from Lucy, Phil and Julie in Lincolnshire.
there. Oh.
Yeah, I would like one even wider than that.
Yes, yeah,
Because when
that's
I'm
where the
hemming
dream is.
like trousers or I'm hemming a skirt and I wanted to do like a nice deep hem,
Yeah.
I could do with it even bigger as
Yeah,
well. So
that's
this
it.
one I would use for my like patchwork.
Yeah.
Right, only 13 left. And 133 in baskets. So that's about to sell out. We'll leave that. Let's talk about the bag corner.
So-
that's about to go.
So let's look at this bag corner.
So what was the idea? Why did you need this? Because you obviously
The
needed this.
same reason. Now, we have got more numbers on here. Now, the only reason we have got more numbers on here is because I wanted to fill gaps with
Okay.
extra things. So
Yeah.
it's not just a bag corner. So first of all, you will see we have got this beautiful curve.
Rather than drawing around a plate.
Yes.
Or a saucer.
Beautiful, beautiful curve.
Well, I like the fact you've got straight bits on it as well.
Exactly.
'Cause you
Because
do the-
sometimes you don't get a straight
No,
bit
you
on
don't.
there.
And then you have to work it. You have to put your saucer.
Exactly. Now, What you will see is you have got 2 sizes of bag corners on here, okay? Now, if we were to go down to this corner, the first one is a 3-inch, and then we've also got the 2-inch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this.
So if you're doing like a boxed...
Box bottom.
A box bottom.
Yeah. And again, it's the same little dashes, and then I'm going to mark that 2-inch one. So I'm just going to show you both sizes and then show you what happens. So you could do your 3-inch or you could do your 2-inch. But what if you want to do a 1-inch?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you've had it.
No.
No.
Because we're using the dot and dash system,
Yeah.
just take some of the dashes out.
Oh.
Just take some of the dashes out and make it
whatever
smaller.
size you want. And that's a lot easier.
Make it smaller. And it can be, if I wanted to go, say, 4 dashes across, 4 dashes down, again. Sorry, everything's a bit slippy this morning. And again. Sorry, that's me, I can't. I've broken my lead.
I'm just going to move you to the... There you go.
Thank you. And so then you can just make it to whichever size that you want it to be, just by taking those dashes, just by taking the dashes out, and you don't have to measure.
So this is... Yes, and that's the whole point of these, is you
That
don't
is the
have
whole
to measure,
point.
you can just draw it. So you've got that nice curve, instead of having to use a saucer.
And then we've also got on here,
Yeah, what are they for then?
these are for bias bindings or binding. Now,
Obviously.
we all do 2.5-inch binding, so I
Yes.
didn't want to put that on here. But what if you're doing stained glass window? What if you're doing some applique and you want a very fine binding, dressmaking,
Absolutely.
very fine binding? So again, you would, this is 1.5, we've got 1-inch, we've got 1.25, we've got 3/4, and we've got 1/2 inch. So you can go down to literally 1/4 of an inch.
So how does
binding.
this... Well, what do you do with it then?
So what I will try and do is in the second hour, we'll do a...
We'll show you,
demo.
okay,
But what
brilliant.
you do is you cut your strip at 2 inches. You would then feed it through the bottom, feed it through this one, feed it through here, and then iron it and pull it through.
Oh,
and
it goes...
turns
so it's
it.
not just one, it goes in and out.
And then you pull it through, and as you
wow.
pull it through, and we'll do a demo in the second hour, you press it, and as you're pulling it through, it's turning it.
That's amazing.
And so you can go down to the most finest, smallest bias binding if you wanted to. Or sometimes you might just be doing, say, some journal quilting or a wall hanging, and you don't want a 2.5-inch binding on it. You don't want that.
No.
So then you can just
You've got
work
the
out what
choice.
size.
I'm not sure this will last to the second hour, but there we are.
Oh, okay.
We'll
There's
still
plenty
do-
of videos
We will
online.
do it any... No, we'll still do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll still
Oh,
do it.
perfect.
I think it's brilliant that you can have a 1/2-inch binding.
I know.
Amazing.
Isn't it? And again, it's about just making things easy without
Well, it
having
is.
to
I mean, it's
think about it.
$11.99. It's the sort of thing you'll keep in your work basket, or my work basket seems to be my ironing board. You've got it on your ironing board with my stitch and ripper and all my pens and everything, and then my ironing board's getting smaller because
That's
there's
the
more
one.
tools. But I would keep it on there, and I think, oh, brilliant! I can just draw that. I can do that, because otherwise you're trying to work it out, and then I'll have to mark on a corner where the edges are because I've got to put my plate on those.
Yeah.
But that's it. And then to
And
be
you
able
can
to
just-
do
yeah.
box corners.
For whatever size that you want to do. I mean, I tend to use 2-inch and 3-inch quite often for that. But it was, okay, so how do we do it? That if I wanted a 1.5 or a 2.5, how do I... Well, it's simple. You just take those notches off and just do it to the size that you want to do it.
Right, we have got more in baskets than we've got in stock, just like the ruler. So we've got only 60 left, and we've got 66 in baskets. And that's going up and up and up. So if you've got it in your basket, get it checked out. And the numbers are just going up. So the number of baskets are going up, and the number stock left is going down. So you need to be quick with this. But I think for $11.99, this, for things like, even if I was just going to use it for the binding, because I've never seen one that you thread in and out of.
Yeah, it
That's
just
brilliant.
Because it just keeps it together when you, and then you can put it
Because
through
normally
and
you
iron
see
it.
them that thread through just once, but they don't go through twice.
Yeah,
I think that's
so
genius.
it's much easier.
Yeah. Over 100 in baskets. And actually, I would buy this just for the curve.
Oh, the curve.
I would.
It is the most satisfying curve. Honestly, it is such a lovely cut.
And also, you've got the line that goes to the centre, so you can get it right on the edge.
Exactly.
So you can choose where you can make sure.
It's really important, yeah.
Well, I guess also if you're fussy cutting or something, at least you can see where that goes.
And also for paper craft as well, I wanted to make a good curve.
Right, okay.
Because it's very difficult, like you say, isn't it, to get that
Let me
good
have a go.
curve.
Yeah. And does it work with your rotary cutter?
Yes, you can use
Oh,
it.
so I could either draw that on. Oh, yeah, that is a nice curve.
It is, isn't
You know, that is. Well, I tell you what I like about it. I like the length of the straight line.
Yeah.
Because normally what I'll do is I'll measure like sort of 3 inches here, 3 inches there.
Oh, I know.
Then I put my plate on and make sure.
Yeah.
But because you've got the straight line, it's dead easy.
Yeah.
And I guess rotary cutter.
Easy.
And when you're cutting through like layers, you know, when you've got wadding, almost impossible to mark.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Amazing. Only 45 of these left, but I can't wait to see the demo for doing that. That's the good thing is if you've got a tool that you use for just one thing, and then you find out it does other things as well.
I just wanted to get as much into it as I could.
Yeah, but without any complexity of numbers.
Over-complicating it.
Yeah, I mean, and it is nice. I mean, sometimes I say with some of the rulers that we sell, I say this does a lot more than you realise.
Yeah.
Because you've got to, but you have to go and find out what all those
And I
things
use
are.
these rulers as a patchworker and quilter all the time. I'm not saying that you don't use them, because you do. And I use them all the time. But there are just days when I just want to pick up, do, because I can't, you know.
You just want it to be really
Yeah,
simple.
and the whole mindfulness. I don't want to not sew because I'm having a foggy day. I want to be able to sew. I want to be able to keep going each day. So, again, just making things easy.
I think it's brilliant. This sits on the corner of your ironing board, if you're like me and your ironing board is your work basket. Right, we're approaching single figures on this now. We've got over 100 people are going to miss out on. So we'll leave this one with you to check out, and I will let you know because we are really, really low in stock. One more tool.
One more, and this possibly...
And over half the stock of this is gone already.
This is so great. It honestly,
It's the seam gauge. So,
it's the seam gauge.
It's really
now,
cute. It could be a necklace, couldn't it?
It can go on your scissors. It can go anywhere. Now, this is something that you can put under your sewing machine needle, so you can work out your seam gauge. When people say to me, "I want you to do a 5/8 seam allowance," what? Really? I want to do a 3/8 seam allowance, sorry. And then you start, and you're counting your dashes.
I do, and then I have to put a bit of tape on my machine.
And and then we've got tape everywhere. So the idea is on here, we have got 1/4 of an inch, we've got 3/8 of an inch, we've got 1/2 an inch, we've got 5/8, and we've got 7/8. Now, on a cutting mat, you can put this against your cutting mat, and you can actually work out where your 7/8 is.
Okay, so you could...
So you can work that out and then put the tape there. You can pop it under your machine. You can mark it.
Oh, I guess so. What you can do is lower your needle
against it,
and then
move it across to where you need it to be.
Well, people always say, don't they, you use a different machine and the seam allowance is different, even though they're marked.
Yeah.
But this is a really good...
And not everybody's got 1/4 of an inch feet for their sewing machine.
No,
not everybody's got that option.
Mine seems to have metric feet. That's really strange.
And it is. And
Mine has a metric plate, mainly. It has imperial on it, but the main thing is metric.
Right, okay.
The imperial is sort of...
Yeah, you see.
So I have to take my machine.
And also, when I go from different machine to different machine, the 1/4 of an inch feet,
I know,
all
it's
different.
completely different.
They are all different.
So rather than using a tape measure...
I
and you
move
end up,
my needle.
Yeah, then you use this. So,
Yeah.
Right, we've got less than 40 left of these and 147 in baskets. And I guess you can use it to mark seam allowances.
You can mark your seam allowances, you can work with it with your OG ruler. There are so many things for this. It is just one of those that you just keep in your sewing bag. You know, because what I have noticed probably since the last couple of years, and I don't know why, with patterns, there are an awful lot more cutting requirements being 3/8, 5/8. And I don't know why. I don't know why, you know, because and what used to happen is years ago I'd think, oh, I bought that pattern, but I'm not doing 5/8 of a seam. I'm not doing 3 and 5/8. I am not doing all of that cutting. And I don't know why I had such an issue with it. But now, you don't need to worry.
I think that's fabulous.
And it's got a nice little circle there as well, so you can actually do your little circle if you wanted to.
I think it's fabulous. Right, the phone lines are massively busy. We're just going to go for a really quick 30-second break while we get them to catch up. Otherwise, they think the steam will come out their ears. We'll see you back here in just 30 seconds' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Right, sorry, but that's helped our phone lines to catch up because we need to sort of, otherwise the steam comes out the ears. It's only just upstairs, just over there around the corner, but it does help them to catch up. Quick stock update. So the corner ruler. Right, we have got 21 of these left and there's 140 in baskets. So you need to be very quick with that one. It is going to sell out, so you need to be quick. You need to check out of the beautiful corner one. I don't know which one's my favourite, actually. Not that our favourites, are you? I like this one. Don't know. Seam gauge. Seam gauge. We have got 6. 5. I feel like I'm lift off. 121 in baskets. Be quick with this one. Yeah, well done. That's good, isn't it? It's good.
It's amazing.
And I presume the ruler's gone. That's gone. That's gone. Anyway, that's amazing. Yeah, but then you see, the thing is, I think if you create things that you want and you need...
And that you're passionate about.
Someone else does too.
Yeah.
But if you create things that you think people need, then they might not.
No, I know. And I think you need, when designing, you need to start with you.
Yeah, yes.
You need to start with you, because if you find that you need that, then there's got to be other people
I know, you're
out
not
there.
going to be the only one.
I'm not the only one, you know, just to make things easier.
Absolutely, no, I'm with you on that. Right, let's move on to your kits. Now, I did tell people at 8 o'clock that you had this amazing way. Now, I'm not saying that Sasha's the only person that's done this, because I couldn't be sure, but I've not seen anybody else. So I'll give you that, because it might be, someone will go, excuse me, I do this as well. But anyway, I think this is brilliant. So you've designed a pattern to make these beautiful storage pods.
Yes.
Gorgeous, aren't they?
3 different sizes you get.
Sewing room, bathroom.
Anything, absolutely anything. They can be in your hallway, they can be in the kitchen, they can be in the car, they can be anywhere. And all you need to do is get a little bit of doweling, pop it up, and then you get your little, you make your little handles as well, your little hooks. Really, really easy. But again, if you were a non-sewer or a beginner sewer,
I think they're fab. I mean, also this big one is a good size.
but when
I'm
you
just
look at
thinking what I
this,
can
now
get
you
in there.
can, well, you can put wadding in things in them if you want to.
Yes.
You don't have to, okay? You can just use the interfacing. I've got just a really, really lightweight in there, and again, this one hasn't got anything apart from this in there. So again, it's just showing you that it's a good interfacing.
But you can use these, you know, for your sewing room. You can put fabric in them. They'd be brilliant for, you know, if you've got a project in there. Brilliant for knitting.
Yeah, anything.
Absolutely brilliant. You get a whole toilet roll in there.
Yeah,
or 2.
You would.
2 toilet rolls.
Definitely. Maybe more, actually. I think you'd get one on the top as well.
I think these are fabulous. And you get all 3. Right, now I've shown you how lovely the designs are. Let me show you what you get in your kit, because this is amazing. So choose your own fabric. This is all about... Well, we've got some bundles here, but this is about stash busting as well. But this is what you get in the kit. Full instructions. And this.
So,
No
again,
templates.
No templates, okay? No templates. Now, again, when you start out on your sewing journey, and if you have got additional needs again, working things out can be quite difficult. It can be quite a challenge. So let's strip it back. Let's take all of that away.
Right.
Let's print items onto an interfacing. And believe you me, I have got so many more ideas. We've only got 2 with us today, 2 different ones. But there are so many that I want to do. Now,
So it's a very lightweight.
it's a very light
iron-on
weight
interfacing.
yeah, that is it basically. But you're getting 3 sizes on here. So you're getting your large, you're getting your medium, and then you're getting the baby. Now these are your hooks, and I've just put lots of them on there because some people might want to put 2 hooks on
I guess
each one.
the ideal thing with interfacing, because there's no direction,
Yeah.
so you can really move it all in. This is why I love interfacing. You know, when you're like pressing it on things,
Yeah.
there's no direction.
No.
So that's why you can get so much on.
And it stays in the item as well. You don't
absolutely.
take this out.
No.
You press
No
this on.
templates, nothing.
No.
Amazing. So the cost of this kit is $12.99. You get the piece of interfacing. You will get full instructions as well that
Yes.
explain exactly how to do it. They will be sent to you. So you get the interfacing. So it's all your pattern pieces, easy peasy. And you're going to show us in a moment how to do it.
I am.
And you get instructions as well. So are you going to show us how to do it?
We are.
Brilliant. Okay.
Shall we
Right.
go?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the sewing table.
Right, so when you get your pattern at home,
It will look like that.
it will look like this, okay? And your box bottoms, they're all in there.
Shall I move that?
Oh yeah,
just
that
so
might be a
you
good
can
idea
see?
actually.
There we go.
just for
There we
now.
go.
Sorry. We're going to do this medium one
Okay.
today, or we're going to see how far we get. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're just going to cut these out roughly. And again, so, thank you.
And I guess because it's so lightweight, it's not going to add any bulk.
No, not
fabric.
No, not at all.
And then you choose your fabric, whatever that may be. And we've actually got some very nice Jason Yenter
yes.
bundles.
Can I have those? That's
Oh,
it.
you've got some lovely ones there.
Oh, these are stunning. So when we were having the chat, and I said that obviously wanted some fabrics and that, I gave the guys an idea of the sort of thing that I wanted. Oh, and they nailed it.
Well, this, I mean, I love, this is gorgeous. We'll show you the bundles in a minute. We've got the several of the bundles because you've got a print and a plain.
Yes, yeah. And the butterfly one that I did the original ones in that, oh my goodness, isn't that just
It's
phenomenal?
beautiful. It's absolutely
Isn't
beautiful. I love this collection because the colours on it are really good. Also, I think the scale of the print for this works really well.
It
doesn't
does, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this excess off a second. Just so that you can see this a bit better.
Right. So you put it on the wrong side. Put
it on the wrong
I mean, I'm
side.
presume all this. Oh, sorry, I've just moved the table. Is all in the instructions. But what do we do about heat or anything?
So I tend to use a medium-ish heat or just under because you don't want it scorched, obviously. If you want to have a little practice, what I suggest is you cut a little bit
Oh,
off.
yeah, that's true.
And just, you know, like there is areas and you can just say, right, I'm going to have a practice with this just to make sure. And it's a very light, because it's a lightweight interfacing. So it's very lightweight.
Oh, well, yes, it's not melting.
No. Oh, no.
Well, I think I'm a bit terrible with interfacing. I'm so impatient.
I
quite
do-
often melt it
And
because I
the-
use my iron too hot.
Yes, and that's the thing that you have to be aware, okay? You don't want your iron hot, so always have it on like a synthetic, something like that.
But also it sticks nice and quickly, doesn't it?
And also you're not doing a pressing, you're doing an ironing.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
obviously, most people out there know me because I'm a Bosal ambassador, so everything I tend to do is about Bosal. And we talk about pressing and ironing quite a lot, and there is a big difference. Pressing, you are applying that heat
Yeah.
to get something to fuse. With this, because it is a lightweight interfacing, you are ironing. So you are
Right.
doing a really nice iron. Okay?
Maybe that's why I'm going wrong.
Right, and then I just need to quickly And when I say it's like a all-in-one, it is really like an all-in-one.
This is all in the instructions that you
Everything
will get with
that
your
you will
camel,
get.
anyway.
And also, you know, I'm on all the social media, Sasha Sews, check it out, anything like that, because there's so many videos on there. There's so many videos out there of all the things.
Okay.
You know, we do a live on a Sunday evening with the sachets.
The sachets.
If Jane's watching, hi Jane. She started the sachets. And yeah, it's amazing. It is the best community.
It is, well, because everyone is all, the sewing community, that's all of us, by the way. Just really nice, generous-hearted, kind people.
Yeah.
Because we also, and the problem is, I think sometimes we don't know people who sew. So when we meet people who sew, or we get talking
We get
online to
excited.
them, we get a bit overexcited. I think
do.
that's why the festival quilts are so mad, isn't it?
Oh, I know. I mean,
we all get very overexcited.
I've been doing festivals since it started.
Have you?
And we've got the demo stage this year, so I'm there with a company called Soak. So I'm their ambassador, Soak and
Love
Flatter.
Soak. Love Soak.
So I'm there running.
Pineapple, my favourite.
Oh, you see,
Yeah.
yeah, it's definitely
my favourite.
Lacey's mine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I love a
I
bit
love
Lacey.
pineapple.
And so I'm the ambassador for Soak and Flatter in the UK.
Do you
So
have loads of it?
I have so much
Do
of it.
you?
So much.
Send me some pineapple.
I'll send you some pineapple. But we have got, you know, I'm very lucky to work with people like Soak, like Prim, like Bozel. You know, I mean, I've been a Bozel ambassador now for 6 years. And I'm a real geek when it comes to anything Bozel. Right.
So
That's my little
you
label.
press the interfacing to the main
Yep.
fabric on the wrong side, and then you put them right sides together.
Right
with the
sides
lining.
together. Now, the only thing that I would suggest that if you are using a patterned inside, make sure when you do this and you know, everything's the right way
Yeah,
up for you.
fair enough. Yes.
Right, and then what we're going to do, this is your 1/4 inch seam allowance as well. That's marked on there. So again, you don't have to worry. You don't
Yes. So
have-
particularly, because I always say to people, if you're new to sewing, you think I can't do it, is draw your seam allowance on,
Yeah,
and
don't
sew
need
along the
to.
line. It's drawn on for you.
that
But I guess if you kind of go over it, it doesn't matter, does it?
doesn't make
It's
no
not on the
difference.
fabric; it's on the
No,
interfacing.
it's on the interfacing. And again, so we're just cutting all of this.
And no
out.
really complicated lines. You just
No,
words.
just cutting.
I guess you could rotary cut it.
Yeah, you can. But I didn't know how bad the nerves were going to be this morning. Probably not the best idea.
No, but it's nice that you can do either. Depending
Yeah,
on what
you can
want.
do either or.
Well, also, I think, you know, when this is a brilliant product for new people.
Oh,
because
definitely.
It's very simple. So you might not have all the kit, all the rotary cutting kit, but obviously if you're more experienced, you've got that. You'll be able to whiz around that quickly. But I think it's nice to not exclude people that you have to use.
And
a
I
rotary
think
cutter.
that's, I'm so wanting people to love sewing. I want you to love sewing. I want everybody to be able, you know, what a project to do with the kids.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, because
What
they
a
could do this.
Yeah.
And they'll have that this because you can put so many things in. I think it's nice, particularly, well, for a beginner to be able, and children to be able to make something that's quite easy to make but looks really cool.
Exactly
And it's
that.
not just something that you'll never use. This
No.
you're going to use for everything.
Exactly. And we do, you know,
Be great. Put all your key on the hall table. Put all your keys in.
well, the reason that I designed them in the first place was because of COVID.
Oh, okay.
And I had a pack for clean masks, I had a pod for clean masks, then when you came in, you put it in the other basket, and then my keys and that went in the other basket. So my clean masks and my dirty masks, it had to be
Right.
washed.
Okay. And then they were all very separate.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right, so let's get these.
So that's
pins
cut out done. No templates.
Yeah, no templates. We're not having to worry about this sort of stuff. Right, okay, what you're going to do next, and if I just chucked it over here somewhere. I thought, oh no, it's here, look.
Oh, the tab.
The tab. Really, really easy tab again, so I'm just going to show you
Only
this.
27 of these left, remember, and the 64 in basket. So remember, the panel has got all 3 pods on it and full instructions. So I know you're loving the demo, but you need to check out.
So the first thing that you're going to do with your tab to make it really, really easy, cut it out. This is about as complicated as it gets. So, into the middle and then fold. That is your tab.
Amazing.
Okay, and then all you're going to do is you're going to take that to your sewing machine and then you're just going to top stitch that down through. And I'm still, unfortunately, not using a foot pedal at the moment.
Really?
Wrong foot for driving.
Start and stop button in case you need it, and they do.
Do you know, it has been, start-stop buttons have been my life the last
because
year.
you wouldn't have been able to sew otherwise.
No, no sewing, no driving, absolute nightmare. So, we are top-stitched down through.
Brilliant.
Next thing you're going to do, you're going to take your outside.
Only 8 of these left.
And you're going to stitch right the way down through. And again, you're not having to worry about whether or not you are on your 1/4 inch.
No, it doesn't matter because it's on there. You just
Because it's
follow
on
the
there.
lines.
So that's that bit, and then we're going to do the bottom, and then obviously your box bottom is already, I keep pressing the cut because it's in the place where my sewing machine, my needle down is where the
One left.
box bottom, really easy.
Okay, so we've sewn down the side and across the bottom. Right, so this is sold out now, but we're going to keep going.
We're going to keep going. So you're going to line up that seam for your box bottom,
Brilliant.
and you're going to take that over. Just see how quick this is. You know, you might have somebody that invited you round for dinner, or, oh, it's somebody's birthday in a couple of days.
And what do you do? I know my daughter phoned me the other day and she wanted to buy a present for someone. What am I going to buy? And what am I going to buy? I said, we can make them something. She goes, yeah, but it's 2 days' time. She could have made them one of these, couldn't she?
Yeah, because it's
And then
so
filled
quick.
it. But you could put a plant in.
Yeah, you can. Anything like
Because
that.
anything that you make someone, it looks like you don't have to spend the money, do
No.
you? Because if you've made it, your time's worth so much. It always looks really impressive.
It definitely does. And also,
you should
they're
have one
very
of
good
these.
for cans, cocktail cans.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're going to do our lining, okay, and we're going to leave a hole, okay. We're going to leave that turn through hole.
Is that what that little mark is on that one?
Yeah, depending on if you want to. I tend to iron this onto my outside fabric because then I can see it.
Yeah, but you can use
But
that
you
mark
can,
anyway,
yeah,
can't
exactly.
you,
Yeah.
for turning out?
So I tend to go quite far down. Oh, see, wrong button.
It's really hard using a different machine.
It is, isn't it? It does confuse
Especially when the
you.
cut button is in the same place as something else.
Right, let's take it to there. I know it's bizarre.
Right, the corner template, which is the last item that we have got stock left of, there are only 8 left. And there are 128 in baskets. So you need to be really quick with that one, because 120 you're going to miss out. So for the corner templates, I know, amazing.
I know. Honestly, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming me and just...
Well, you're part of us now. That's
yeah.
it. And once you have a sellout show like that, you have to come back. You don't have a choice.
I will be,
Morning,
honestly...
ladies. So pleased to see Sasha on Sewing Street. I've waited a long time to see her back. The paddles are a game changer. Thanks for the shout out, Sasha. From Jane.
Oh, bless her.
I think they are absolutely brilliant. When I said I haven't seen these before, you know, anyone, maybe other people that do them, and I've missed it, but I think this is brilliant. Great to see you back on TV, Sasha. Welcome to the Sewing Street family. You're looking fabulous, by the way.
Thank you. I know it's...
One more. Morning, ladies. So pleased to see Sasha on Sewing Street. Waited a long time to have her back. Oh, we've just had that one.
Oh. And do you know, it's bizarre because...
Thank you, Jane.
Everything's changed in the last year, you know, everything. My ankle, you know, the weight loss, the braces, because I'm having jaw surgery after Christmas as well. So I know. So when I say that the
Wow.
last year has been a year.
A bit of a change.
Right. So at this point, okay, what I'm going to do is I like to put my tab in the centre, but you don't have to. You can pop it either side because you have enough tabs to be able to do.
Oh, so if you wanted
two.
to, like you say, if you were going to put something heavy in it,
And you wanted to,
and you needed to put it on and you didn't want it to swing,
Yes.
and you put, okay, that makes sense.
And I'm just going to put a little stitch in there. It just holds it into place.
Right, we have got the fabric bundles as well for these. If you want to use this fabric, I will show it to you
While I'm lining up. And they are the most beautiful, beautiful fabrics. They are stunning.
Right, the black one, which... Ooh. This is the black fabric bundle. It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh, if you open that out, it is the most beautiful. You know, when you're thinking fussy cutting, can you imagine fussy cutting and actually, just phenomenal.
Love that one. I love the moths. I wish they were like that in real life. I had one in the lounge last night.
Oh, yeah,
It was
mine
really
are 10
okay.
knots.
Smack, smack, smack against the window.
I know.
Oh, dive bombing at the end. If it had been that colour, I'd have left it alone. I opened the window and let it out. So if you want this bundle, it's only £11.99. So you get half a metre of this nightshade fabric, and then you get half a metre of Rose and Hubble black. So with the panel as well, you get a metre of fabric. So one designer, one plain, £11.99.
They're stunning.
The only thing is, there's only 5 of these bundles left.
They are absolutely.
That is gorgeous, isn't
I know. I'm in love with that. I even did a cheeky little cushion out of that bundle.
Yeah, look, cheeky cushion.
Because
Because you had some left.
Yeah, and I just love it.
I know, it's really nice, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Right, next bundle. So the bundle that you're using, again, so this is the Jason Yenter Daydreams Collection that we showed you at 8 o'clock. This is the outer fabric. Again, you've got 2 half metres. So you get half metre of this one, and then you get half a metre of the plain blue that goes with it. £11.99. That is the one that Sasha's using at the moment. Then we've got another blue one. This one's sort of more got your bluey purplies. Look at that one. So you get half a metre of this one. That's sort of got a bit of lilac to it. And then you get half a metre of, ooh, what is this one? Is it Cadet? Sometimes I get them right. It's like a little game. Anyway, it's the matching blue. Only £11.99. Quite nice to have these two. Could be Copen. Could be. Right, that's that one. And then, actually, shall I go over here and do them? It'd be a lot easier. And just while you're finishing that seam.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right, then if you're more of a pink person, half a metre, gorgeous pink one. There we go. And then you get the matching half metre. That's really pretty. Just depends on where you're going to be using them for.
Stunning, just absolutely
I know, I love these
stunning.
fabrics.
And this one is coming up in the second out.
Oh, okay, yes, there's another project. When Sasha's at 11, she's going to be using this bundle, the second hour. Absolutely flying out. Last bundle. This is a little bit more purpley. And these plains go so well with them, don't they?
They are magnificent. They are a
Magnificent match.
They are.
There we go. Right, before we go back to Sasha, who's going to show me her storage pod, big news. What's the big news? We have managed, Sasha has managed to promise us, we have got more of all of the rulers. Not loads more, but some more of all of the rulers.
We have.
So the original ruler, the OG ruler, the one that does the quarter, 3/4 and inch seam allowance, without having to have any numbers. You can just mark it on, all of these things. We have got some more, completely sold out earlier, but we've managed to persuade Sasha to do some more. So $12.99 for that. So for all of you who missed out, we'll obviously be talking there. There's already 26 of you gone, oh, brilliant, brilliant, fantastic, it's in my basket now. Be quick with that. So a third of this new stock has just gone straight into baskets. So you need to be quick. Right, we're on to, half of the stock has now gone into baskets. So be quick and check out, because honestly, this is it. We're not going to get any more now. This is the last stock.
That is the last.
That's it.
For today, that is the... Yeah.
For today, obviously, we will have you back.
There's me playing it safe, look. There's
No,
me
don't be so silly.
If I sell
Never.
one, it'd be lovely.
Yeah, silly. Right, so that's that. We've also got the bag corner that had sold out. Well, we did have 2 left, but 2 is not enough, is it? So we've got some more of the bag corner. It's not just a bag corner, though. It's a box corner. It's a curve. It's a bias binding maker. It's everything. And Sasha's going to demonstrate it for us and show us how it works, because I'm fascinated to see how the bias binding thing works in the next hour. So if I was you, I'd get this now, and then we'll show you how you do the bias binding bit. If you only buy it for the curve, honestly, I would do it for that. And then finally, it is quite a nice colour fabric to put this against. The seam gauge. And again, I'm going to ask Sasha at 11 o'clock to show us how you can use this to get your seam allowance on your sewing machine correctly. I think we managed to pop this one onto pre-order before we showed you it was back in, and a third of the stock went straight into baskets. Because I'm going to ask Sasha, because I think a lot of us, we presume our seam allowance is correct, or like me, you might find like the metric shows up more than the imperial, or you can't follow the lines on the imperial because they don't go down in a straight line. I'll get her to show us exactly how we do it. If we've got any left, we'll show you in the second hour, but I will get her to show us whether we've got any left or not. Right, okay, so that's the stock update. So you've sewed it all together, like you said.
And this is what I mean by a really quick project, because, you know, look at the time, and, you know...
I know, and we did start from the beginning.
We started from the beginning, and if anything, the only thing that we're probably not going to get done is that top stitching. That's probably, but, or sewing up your hole.
Yeah, but we
as I
didn't
like to
even
say.
start. I mean, you've done this in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. So, obviously, make sure that you haven't got any, you know, because sometimes it can happen that you just...
I know, I do all the time. You think,
how did I miss that?
or you've caught part of something else into the seam.
I am the laziest hole sewer-upper, okay? Most, you know, some of my ladies and gents, you know, they will sit there and they will beautifully stitch it by hand so it disappears, and I haven't got time. I haven't.
I know, but then you're probably busy.
Just a little bit.
And you probably have to make quite a few of these. But if you were making one very special one.
Oh,
Well,
definitely.
then you see, there you go.
Definitely.
See.
So then you're going to give it a really, really good press, which I will grab the iron, and then once it's pressed, you're going to do that beautiful top stitching. And yeah, it's done.
And that's it done. So if you want to, you could put wadding in it if you wanted it to be
Yeah.
what you were keeping in it, I guess.
Yeah, you can put inner form in it. You can put whatever you want in it. Absolutely
Yeah, I
anything.
guess
But
if
that
you wanted
interfacing
it to-
stays.
Well, actually, it stands up without anything, doesn't it?
And there.
And there it is.
There you go. Obviously, we haven't done our top stitching. But that
So
is
that's
it.
the last thing you do is just top stitch
Just
around the
roll
edge.
that seam back and just top stitch. And because what I like about it
isn't it?
is if you are using a plain in the inside, play with those decorative stitches.
that's
We
true.
don't use our machines enough. The first thing that I do when I do get a new machine is that whole make a little calico book.
Do you? That's a really good
I
idea.
do, because I need, again, because of my dyspraxia, because of my numbers, I like to have things recorded down. So I know that I like my 5.5 2.2 on my, I can't think of the stitch now, my blanket stitch. I know that I know
but
my
see, remember,
zigzag stitch.
I never remember that on my blanket stitch. I go, oh, no, what
Yeah.
number do I want? Can never remember.
But because of the whole Bosal, because of the whole jelly roll rugs, I have to do a lot of, obviously, demonstrations for that. And so my zigzag stitching, things like that, I need to be able to remember all my different size zigzag stitches. I'm not going to go through them all. I haven't got time to sit
Yeah,
there
okay.
each time.
So-
So I put them in a book. I do the stitches. I write on them.
And I guess something like this is where you can use a decorative stitch. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to- even if it's just a zigzag, but use them.
Yeah, because you're going to see it as well.
Yeah,
you're going to
that's
see
so
it.
nice, isn't
you
it?
know, all around, you know, and I just think, you know, hair bubbles, car keys,
Yeah, oh yeah.
anything. And then, as I say, you know, even if you've got your wall, like, you know, the wall that you've got at the back
Yes,
there,
yeah.
it's really good for things like that because you can just hang them on the hooks.
Car, you can put it in the car.
Can put it in the car. You can make this longer, put it down on the passenger side, obviously not the driver's side, but some people do it that way as well. Put one of those sticky hooks on the
Yeah.
side and just...
Because I've always got on my car seat, I've got my car keys, I've got my
Oh,
phone,
I
I've
know.
got my
Yeah,
glasses.
I do.
And then I break and it all falls off.
Bag of minstrels.
Yeah,
you know.
mint imperials.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In fact, well, you get a lot of mint imperials in there.
Oh, you would,
The little one
actually.
would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Cocktails, but not when you're
Cocktails,
driving, obviously.
For when you get there.
For when you get there.
It's perfect, absolutely wonderful. So, God, we finished it. We've done it already.
I know.
If you want the bundles, we do have the bundles. Let me just go back through those quickly. Have we got any of the black one left? No.
Oh, that one is
I thought
just
the black
beautiful.
one would go because we only had 6 of them. So the one that you were doing is this one.
No.
Yeah, we've sort of got them mixed up a bit here. I don't know whether these are... Right, this is the bundle. So, right, so this one here, you've got this beautiful fabric. Half a metre of this. It's a great price, half a metre of this. And then half a metre of blue. Beautiful. Only 16 of those bundles left. So if you've bought the panel, this is a great thing to use for it. Or you could use them for your own makes because it's a nice collection. The other blue one, so this is slightly darker. Bit more bluey purpley. And then a dark blue. $11.99, only 16 of that one left. Beautiful pink. Now this one, Sasha's going to be using another project, completely different project, but using the same idea with the interfacing template. Fabulous. She's going to be using this bundle. We've only got 9 of these left. So I would get checked out on those if you want to use them for the project in the next hour. All of Sasha's items are available for pre-order as well if you want to get them bought and ordered before the break. Absolutely love this one. That's glorious, isn't it? That's Magenta. Magenta and Jason. Jason Magenta. It's his middle name. Right, brilliant. Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Sasha.
Thank
It's been
you.
fabulous.
No,
Almost a
thank
twice over sellout show.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody for welcoming me, and thank you to everyone here.
Oh, no, it's a pleasure. We are hoping to get more stock of the panels. I will keep you updated. We'll see you in an hour. You can go and lie down. Got a new sofa in the green room.
I know.
It's lovely.
It's very comfy.
The other one was very uncomfortable.
Very
This one's a
comfy.
beautiful new corner sofa. You can have a little lie on that. Sasha will be back with us in an hour. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It is blenders galore. If you love a blender, I love a blender. We've got all the blenders. We've got all for all different prices. We've got even Liberty blenders and the craft blenders, beautiful. So if you're in the market for a blender, and we've got some great savings, I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, Size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about the blender. Now, if you're thinking, what is a blender? It's not that thing you have in the kitchen that you make smoothies with, although it is, actually. A blender is a fabric that will blend with other fabrics, and usually it's not a massive pattern. It's a very low volume. When I say low volume, I mean small print. You have hero, large print, low volume. A blender fabric can be a plain, but tends to be something with a little bit of a print or a pattern. Basically, it's a fabric that will make your designer fabrics go a lot further, and it's got a little bit more texture than a plain. So there you go. When designers design fabric collections, they'll have their large scale prints, their low volume, and then they'll have their blenders. But also lots of fabric companies like Liberty and like Lewis and Irene, like us, because we sell fabric, will have blender collections of colours that will go with their range. So what we've done, well, when I say Ben, he's taken all the blenders. Now, these are the really affordable, blenders, and he's put them together in a massive bundle, and he's called it the Most Glorious Mixer Fabric Bundle. Now, he's called these mixer fabrics. Mixer, blender, it's the same thing, really. There's fabrics that you can blend or mix with others, but because they've got a bit of a texture to them, a printed texture, then they work better than plains in that way. So this is the Most Glorious Mixer Fabric Bundles, 14.5 metres, and we're going to do a special offer for you. Let's do a metre. Metre for free. So just over £100 for 14.5 metres. And look at all of these. I'm going to try and put these in order. We've only got 16 of these left. So you've got all of the reds and the oranges. I'm trying to sort these out. I should have done this in the break, shouldn't I? These are all the greens. Look at these. So I'm just going to... Right, this is quite a good one. So you can see what these look like. The print, well, the pattern shows up better on some of the lighter fabrics. So you can see on this green one, it's like splodgy, watermarky, so that when you use it, can you see what I mean? If you use this instead of a plain, it gives you a bit more movement and a bit more interest. But if you're using it for real tight, small piecing, where you're moving everything around, like with triangles and angles and stuff, no direction whatsoever, so it's perfect for that. These work really well as the background of FPP, where you're going to be having them all facing in different direction, but you don't want to use a plane. If you start using prints for the background, and then it's all changing direction, which it does with FPP, and it can look really odd. So these are perfect for that. So that's what the print looks like. And then these are all the colours. That's a nice one. They've all got names, but don't ask me what they are. So there's your reds and blues. That's kind of like a petrol colour. Right, we've got enough in baskets for this to sell out. Blue. I'm trying to put all the colours together. Oh, this is fantastic. I mean, this is the sort of bundle that you will have in your stash. And yes, you could make the most glorious rainbow quilt, but what you'll probably do is actually use it when you want, you know, you're doing some, maybe you're doing like pictorial work and you want a few greens. Maybe you're just doing some lining and you think, well, I just want a nice purple. I want something. I've got a new fabric collection and I need that particular shade of fuchsia. And then you'll use it with that. And because Ben has made the most glorious fabric bundle, he's put lights in with darks. So you've got pastels, you've got brights. We've got a lot of pinks. Debbie says, love these for lining bags. Yes, see, that's true. Because they're plain, but they're not plain. What I love about them is they've got this lovely sort of textured all over print. They're plain, but they're not plain. They're great for borders. They're really good if you're doing free motion quilting on them, because this print still comes through them. And even better, they're ridiculously affordable. Maybe we should have called this the most ridiculously affordable mix of fabric bundle. I'm almost there with my colours. Oh, I should have got, there we go. And then as well, oh, pale blue. In here as well, we've also got not just the colours, but Ben's put some neutrals in here as well. So we've got black, charcoal, slate, beige, and cream. There we go. Look at all of that. £109.73. You're getting a metre for free. This is going to keep you going for ages. I mean, it is lovely for lining bags. We've all got fabrics that are a specific colour that you think, how am I going to get that to go with it? We're on single figures. This is, love this one, because although this is your mixer, it's clouds, isn't it? Now, there are various designer fabric companies who do cloud that are about £8.99 for half a metre. But because when they do this one, that's your clouds, isn't it? So if you're doing pictorial work, that's so pretty, isn't it? I didn't even know, I've never seen this one. £109.73. And you've got 14.5 metres of fabric. That means there are 29 fabrics in there. Hey, you could go for the biggest rainbow ever quilt with that. But I think what you'll end up doing is using them for your designs. Beautiful. On singles of this, we've got way more in baskets than we've got left in stock. So if you want this one, you need to get checked out. Like this colour. We all have our favourites, don't we? I'm always, look at that. Right, only 6 left now. Oh, that's lovely. See, and because you've got that mottled look to it, that looks like the ocean, doesn't it? You know, when you get the sort of the water, the light playing on the water, and dolphins, and coral and things. I think that's really nice. And these are great quality fabrics, 100% cotton. They're all your quilting weight. And they're all 44-inch, 112 centimetres width. But what's lovely, you see, like here, you've got 2 different shades of red, and then you've got red going into pink, because I haven't organised this properly. You've also got like 2 shades of orange, and then you've got orange moving into yellow. So if you wanted to do rainbow, the colours do go very gradually from one to the other. Only 4 left. £109.73 for 29 half metres of fabric. And 2 of those are free because we're giving you a whole metre, so 2 of the half metres you get for free. This is going to look lovely. Keep it all piled up together, put it on your shelf, and then when you think, right, I just need to line my bag with a nice shade of purple. Only 3 left. I think this is amazing. I think it's the most amazing bundle. It's on split pay as well. Just realised that. Yeah, it's over £100 it would be, wouldn't it? 2 equal payments of £54.86. Right, let's go through them individually now. So if you look at these, you think, I love that one, but I'd like a little bit more. If you've got the bundle or you only want one colour, we'll do them all individually. Shall I choose? Right, I'm going to start with the red, the dark red, which is HZLJ86. Let me put my bundle over there. So this is your kind of Christmas red. Claret. Now, these are all $3.99. $3.99, an amazing price for half a metre. Now, these are cut to order, so just go wild. They are cut to order. If you need 1.5 metres of this, because this is like your Christmas red. If you need more than 1/2 metre, so say you need 4 metres, I know if you're regular to Sewing Street, you'll know this, but if you're not, put that number of units in your basket. So if you need 4 metres, put 8 units in your basket, and then it will be cut to order and sent you as a whole cut piece, because what you don't want is 8 1/2 metres. You want one whole 4 metre piece. Right, we've only got 10 metres of this one left. So this is claret, so this is your kind of more Christmassy red. Right. Then we've got the next red, which is more scarlet, I'd say. What's this one called? TSLJ45, that one's called red. So I just wanted to show you them together. So that's your kind of claret, that's your red. So that's your post box. That's your, I'd go cranberries, you know, Christmas red. So that's that one. Right, let's whoosh through the pink, shall we? HULJ06. So let me show you it with those. You can see it's kind of the next one in line. What's that one? HULJ. That is called fuchsia. Pretty. Again, they're all $3.99. Let me show you what they look like. 44 inches, 112 centimetres wide, 100% quilted weight cotton. Look at the vibrancy of that print. And again, there is always a place for plain fabrics. I love a plain fabric, but there is also a place for these fabrics where you want just a little bit more movement. You don't want the sort of the matte quality of a plain. You want a little bit more movement in it, but at an extremely affordable price. So that's fuchsia. Now the next one is WGLJ52. That's the next one in order. This is called bright pink. So that's fuchsia, and that's bright pink. Okay, fuchsia. I just want to show you them what they look like together. These are absolutely flying out. Remember, multi-buy. It'll be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Next one's JZUI34. That's your next shade down. This one. That's called pink, and there's only 1/2 metre of that one left. The next shade down from that one is AJLJ76. I think if you've bought the whole big bundle, you don't need to even listen to me because you'll see all of these. But when I'm buying fabrics, it is really nice to see the colours together so you can go, oh, yeah, so that's a bit brighter. This one is called pink. Just pink, okay? Does that make sense? And then the next one, this one's pink as well. I wonder what they're going to call this one. XKWY27. So that's this one. And that's its friends. This one's blush. It is blush, isn't it? Oh, well, that's pretty. Actually, do you know what? I'd go with this one. This is more of a dusky pink. It's got a little bit of grey, not a bit of grey in it, as in it's got that, you know, so if you look at it against those pinks, you can see it's got a bit of grey in it. It's a very subtle pastel, but it's got that kind of vintage rose look for it. Beautiful. This is, I've even got a paler one still. The palest pink of all pale pinks, LDLJ81. What have they called this one? Light pink. So it's funny, isn't it? That one looked really light, and now I've put that one's even lighter. If you were doing a new baby quilt, ideal. That would be nice with it, wouldn't it? Right, those are all the pinks. Shall we do blues? Now this one, this is clouds. I love this. So if you were doing maybe a beach bag, or you were doing a beach scene or something where you want the sky in it, if you're doing it. It is. It looks like clouds. It's only called blue. Blue? We've got loads of blues. This one looks like clouds, doesn't it? I really like that because with some of them, the blend, I don't know, the watermarky colouring mix really shows up. But with this one, it really works. So that's your blue. The next one is FOLJ58. Now, aren't they nice together? Love that one. That's sky. But they are lovely together, aren't they? You know, if you just even simple patchwork. Maybe you want to make a baby boy quilt. Just cut it all into 5-inch squares, sew them all together. Lovely. You could even embroider the details, the names and everything on them. Good for backing as well. Great for quilt backing. You will probably need to join it, depending on how wide your quilt is, but really affordable. So all you need to do, measure the width of your quilt, add 8 inches, measure the length of the quilt, add 8 inches, work out whether you need to join down the middle, and then that's it. £3.99 for half a metre. Right, so those are the two, that blue. Now this blue is a bit MWLJ65. This is peacock. It's a bit more sapphire-y, this one. It's vibrant, isn't it? So I don't want you to get confused. That is that one there. Those are the blue friends. It's just, I always like to see them together. I think it helps. Right, this is gorgeous. DCLJ76. That is really vibrant. That's a nice pair, isn't it? That's royal blue. So I'm thinking maybe you're doing like a blue log cabin and you want those colours to blend, go in one way. I mean, that's a really nice, very, very close. Or maybe you're doing like illusion quilting where you need a light and a dark. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And then the last blue is OJLJ80, which I reckon, I'm guessing on navy. OJLJ80. I'm guessing on navy. OJ. LJ. Yeah. No, it's QJ, sorry. It's blackberry. Okay. Okay. No, do you know what? It's not. That is definitely navy, isn't it? Because you see, I would say blackberries are black, but with a bit of red in them, or purple. Because you know when you eat a blackberry, and you make blackberry crumble, it's sort of purple, isn't it? I would say blueberry more than blackberry. Who am I to say? Now, I'm going to put this one in because this is blue and green. This is your ocean petrol deep teal. So I'll put this one in my blue collection. This is EHLJ93. But that is jade, okay? Gorgeous. That is my favourite one, I think. Well, I don't know, clouds. I love clouds. Beautiful. So that's your kind of blue spectrum. I'll do the greens next. This jade could go into the green spectrum. Right, so we've got this one, which is kind of the colour of a proper Granny Smith apple, this one. SHLJ07, or really good grass after it's rained for a few weeks. Not at the moment. My grass does not look anything like that. It's more kind of a yellowy, burnt colour. But, you know, chartreuse it's called. But I would go with, or, you know the leaves on beech trees when they just come out in about May time? It's that colour. Chartreuse. Nice colour though, isn't it? I like that. And there's one other green, which is this one, DPLJ35, which is a really nice dark olive, almost sort of khaki colour. I like to describe them and then find out what they're actually called. Bottle, okay. We can do that. Just to give you a little idea, how about those two for Christmas? Because, do you know what that is? We could call that hollyberry, because that is the colour of the holly berries and that's the colour of holly leaves. We'll do that, Ben. Remember that special bundle for the Christmas. That could be hollyberry. So that's a nice mixture, isn't it? That one is claret, by the way. Right, that's the greens. Let's move on to the purples, because there were a few of these. This one is JPLJ72. Oh, there's only 2 meters of that bottle left, by the way. That's lavender. Now, this is more of a lilac. It's got quite a lot of pink in it, this one. So I would say I would go more lilac on a lilac bush, like a butterfly bush. Or like, you know, yeah, like a butterfly bush. What are they called? No, there's a special name for them. I'll think of it in a minute. I always called them butterfly bushes. There's actually a proper name for them. Buddleia. Buddleia. I knew it would come to me. Right, RTLJ48. Now, this is more of a lavender colour, I would say, because this has got quite a lot of grey in it. LJ48. So this is lavender, and this one's called lilac. That's really funny. I would have called them the other way around. This lilac has got quite a lot of grey in it. So it's more of your French lavender, isn't it? This one is your lavender, and it's more Buddleia. Right. We've got 3 other. If you love your purples, you're in for a treat here, because we've got 5 of them in total. VQLJ24. That's a nice colour, isn't it? I would call that more like a magenta. Amazing. A bit of magenta, that one, isn't it? Because it's a really nice deep, but it has got pink in it. So those two are a really nice mix. Lavender, magenta. Might put them there. Right, the next purple is UALJ19. Nice. Just purple. It is. It's just purple. But that one, nice with that one, isn't it? You see, whereas those have got your grey in it, these have got the pinks in them. And then I've got one more purple, QILJ06. Now, I'd call that one Imperial. I don't know whether they do or not, because Imperial does have a little bit of pink in it. Oh, just got to wait and see. Yes. Oh. That's called navy. The numbers have got mixed up, haven't they? Right. So have the stickers got mixed up? Okay. This is making sense, because that is blackberry, isn't it? Right, so that is blackberry. So I'm going to take the stickers off. That's blackberry. I said, you see, that's blackberry crumble. You know, when you put your spoon in and it comes out of the custard, that's the colour of blackberry crumble. This one is navy, as I said. There we go. That makes sense, doesn't it? So those are all the purples. That one is blackberry. That's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so those are all the purples. Let me just recap the navy, because the stickers, I think, had gone the wrong way around. And that makes more sense. This is your navy. In the navy. Sing along with me. I bet it's not often anyone can say in the navy and you don't go, we can sail the 7 seas. It's very hard not to say that. We all have songs like that, though, don't they? When someone starts it and you just have to say the next line. Right, should we do the yellows? So we've got a really bright sunshine. Give me sunshine, PBLJ80. Give me joy. Give me sunshine all the way. That is proper sunshine colour. It's called sunshine. No way. I think there's been about 2 that have had the same description. As I've said, this is lovely. This is WPLJ01. That's the colour of mango, isn't it? You know, that lovely mango flesh. When you open up a mango. It is. So that's your sunshine. And And they've called it orange. Well, yeah, it's orange, but it's got that mango feel to it. Yeah, I think, or even tangerine, but it has got a real, you know, that lovely mango feel. And then this last one, QELJ53, I'd call that one orange peel. That's a nice palette, isn't it? That's called tangerine. Tangerine, orange, sunshine. Yeah, this is the African sunset. That's beautiful, isn't it? Actually, I think you need a bit of claret in your African sunset as well, because when it gets really dark. Right, now we'll do the neutrals. Now I've created all these lovely bundles. So this one, this is, I know it looks like, and I looked at this first of all and thought, that's just plain cream. Yes, but I don't know whether you can see, it's got that same colour change, but I can't really see it very well. It's definitely there. Does it show up if you, no, not really. It's there, but it's cream and white. So this is a brilliant one. When you actually use it and you've got it at home, you will be able to see it. So it's cream, but it's got cream and that bit of white. So it does look like, whereas that's blue and white, this one is cream and white. So if you're using it instead of a plain, you will notice that little colour wash splash about it. $3.99 for half a metre. Do multi-buy it. I mean, it's a great price. I think that is lovely. And you will see it. It's really hard to show you on screen, but you will see it when you use it. It will just give you a bit of a change. It's really nice to use as a background for a plique instead of having a plain fabric. If you were going to be, you know, a lot of like Delphine's designs where she's got animals and flora and fauna on them. It's a really good background for that because it's got a little bit more interest. You know, when you want just a slight change. And it's kind of not cream, it's not ivory, it's not white, it's got all of that. And you lose that kind of matte density of colour to have that more all-over wash. Love that one. Historically, the most popular. It's the versatility. Right, this one, YVLJ86. This is kind of the colour of an elephant. Or light grey even. But it is an elephant. Then we've got ZULJ95, which is, I would go charcoal with that one. Who knows? Grey. So elephant, charcoal, or light grey. And then this one, GTLJ21, that's black. So again, nice palette there. If you're loving the monochromes, let me pop the cream in with it as well. So that's black. Black, grey, light grey, cream. And one last one, which didn't fit into any of my other bundles, is tan. I guess, yeah, it would look nice with the oranges. Could we put it with the oranges? Yeah. Or it might go with the blues. Who knows? Could go with any of them, but I feel like, it does go with that one, doesn't it? But again, you know, you could put it with the neutral bundle. Who knows? Yeah, we haven't got, or you could pick up this one. Look, we've now made the sea. Sand. Sea. Yeah, sea. Or, we could have hours of fun here, couldn't we? Orange and blue, love that. So we've done hollyberry, orange and blue. In fact, what we could do is we could do this. So here's the sand, here's the sea, and here's the sky. Look at that. Can you imagine making yourself a bag, and then all you've got to do is cut out some turtles from green, like this green, and applique them all over the sand, and make your bag. And that's your turtle beach bag, isn't it? So if you bought cloud, jade, tan, and this green, then you could just applique little turtles all over it, and that's your beach bag. Look amazing, wouldn't it? And that's the great thing, that if you've bought the big bundle, the world's greatest ever bundle, or whatever Ben called it, Oh, the most glorious. Oh, that's sold out. If you'd bought that, you could do all of those things. In fact, you can get yours at home and you can lay it all out. I do that when I get fabric and I think, oh, what order am I going to put it in? And it all has a little audition. So you could buy that. We still have a bit of stock of everything, I think. Do we have a little bit of everything? So you could make your own. There's one that's very low. I think it might be a pink. The pink one is very low. So that is the great, amazing bundle. Now, we do have these blender or mixer, blender, mixer, same thing. But if you want, this is the most affordable option, which is now moving to one side. But we also do, other companies do their own. So Lewis and Irene have created their own blender mixers in the colour palette that tends to go with their fabrics. So we're doing them all individually by the 1/2 metre. So these are slightly different. So I'm going to start with one that you can see, because a bit like that collection there. So this is your Lewis and Irene. Now, all of these blenders, look, I've got almost like clouds, swooshes, a bit clouds. Now, this is Lewis and Irene fabric. It's designer fabric. So the quality is amazing. Obviously, it's not just the swishes in the other one. You've got clouds, there's detail. It is beautiful quality, 100% cotton. So it's $7.99, which I think is a great price. Lewis and Irene designer fabrics, always a little bit less than other designer fabrics. Don't know why, just because they're kind. It's beautiful quality, absolutely beautiful. You know, different fabrics, different prices, different qualities. They are all quilting weight. They're all 100% quality, but quilting cotton. But you know there are different qualities of fabric, and you just choose which one you buy depending on what you're doing and what you can do. But although they call them blenders, you think, oh, they're just the plain ones. They're not. You imagine, you know, if you used a plain jade as a border on a quilt, or you use this with this beautiful textural print, the difference it will make. So $7.99. Now, again, these are all cut to order. So if you want to buy multiple units, then it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So I made a picnic quilt once, and because I didn't want it to get dirty, the majority of the background was navy, and then I had strawberries all over it. And I didn't use a plain navy. I used one of these mixers, because it just gave the quilt, it just elevated it, because a lot of the quilt was plain, and it just gave it a nicer feel to it. So these are all the Lewis and Irene ones, $7.99 for 1/2 metre. I mean, it's a beautiful pattern. It does look like clouds, doesn't it? So that's the jade. Right, let's do another blue. This one is JOUL 47. Bright blue. That's lovely, isn't it? Really bright blue. Beautiful. But you can see how the clouds, it's almost like the clouds and a bit of rain, isn't it? But there's no direction at all to it. It's just all over, whether you cut small pieces or big pieces. It will just like blue with a bit of texture, or clouds with rain. I love that one. There's also, while we're staying with the blues, because I want to keep these together so you can see what they look like as little sets. This is a dark blue. Yeah. I love the clouds on this one. They're good, aren't they? Really show out. It's quite bright. So that's just dark blue, but the clouds really show up well. And also, when you put it together, let me just fold it back up. When you put it together with this, it's like the clouds and that, the dark one of that. So that's a really nice pair, isn't it? So that's the blues. Let's go pink. Woo! That's nice, hot pink. Bright pink. I like that one. It's got some really vibrant colour to it. Then we have purple. Again, that's a nice mix, isn't it? Those two together. Something really bright and cheerful. Purple, nice mixture. I mean, they could be hero prints because they've got a bit more pattern print in them than our other blenders. Yeah, there's just a bit more design quality to them. And the others, I mean, our other blenders are great, but obviously, the different prices, different levels, different qualities of fabric. These are beautiful. Right, let's go green. That is really vibrant. It's like lime, mojito. What have they called it? Lime. Yeah, it looks like a mojito, doesn't it? Amazing for a lining. Then another green. Mint. Now that actually does look like a cocktail. Bright green. But they're nice. I mean, obviously, I've put them together so you can see them, but that is a nice little mixture, isn't it? If you just want two greens together, and they're quite close in shade as well. But they go really well together if you like that. If you like the sort of greens. Right, there's the two greens. Let's go pink. Coral. I was going to say, I think that's more coral. Oh, there we go. That feels like coral, doesn't it? Because it's kind of pink and orange at the same time. That's a lovely one. Coral is always really popular. I discovered, because I bought myself a coral jacket before I went on holiday, that coral actually goes with so many colours. Who knew? Honestly, it's my new favourite colour. It looks really good with navy, it looks good with black, it looks good with grey, it's good with denim. But it goes with so many different colours. It looks nice with white and cream. It's a really good, like blender colour that will go with many other colours. So I can highly recommend a jacket in coral. Because normally I'd have gone navy, and then I saw this coral, and actually everything I wore it with, it went with. So there's coral. And then orange. See, again, nice. Oh, it's called orange as well. But they're both quite nice settles, so you're just picking up a little bit of pink in that. And then because it's pink, the coral's pink and orange, those two together really well. I always like to see what fabrics look like together in pairs, because then you can use them, and I think even if you're lining a bag, nice to do like the facing on the top or the inside in one colour and then the lining in another. Always looks a bit cool. Or if you're doing pockets, if you were lining it in orange, you could put pockets in coral. Then we have red, and you see they look lovely together, don't they? So this one is it called red? Yay. So it's, it's not your super bright, like pillar box red. It's more of a subtle red, but that is a nice colourway. Even, to prove that coral goes with everything, it goes really nice. That almost looks like a light pink now, but when you put it with the orange, it looks like an orange. So those are the... oh, and we need to put sunshine in with that. Is that called sunshine? There's your yellow. Oh, do you need the code for that one? Yep, it is yellow. So there you go. That's your Opal Fruit Tutti Frutti blender pack. We haven't sold it together like that. You have to create your own. So that's Dreams in yellow. And then lastly, for these Lewis and Irene ones, we've got 3 of the blender fabrics. So I'm going to start with this one. So this is your palest one. I think this is actually worth opening out to look at, because the clouds on this one are in white. You've got like white, putty, beige, the palest of terracotta. Now this one, I think, is a fantastic neutral. Brilliant for applique, like I said before, but also really nice for embroidery, because you've got a real lovely wash over there. And with the putty and the ivory together, it's a really nice colourway. But if you don't get any of the others, this is a really lovely one. Grey. That's a really nice one, isn't it? Really stash necessity, that one. But and it's quite nice as well with this one, you know, whether you cut it, if you were cutting it in all different like triangles and diamonds and stuff, it wouldn't matter. But it would look really nice in stripes as well, whether they were horizontal or vertical. And then the last one is black. So that's a nice palette, isn't it? And then how nice do they look with coral? My new favourite colour. Lovely, aren't they? So it goes with all of those. So that's black. So that's... Oh, is that one dark grey? Okay. Yeah, I guess it probably is more because you've got all of the other greys in. Right. Now, if you want the blenders of all blenders, we couldn't really do it without Liberty, could we? The most decadent blender. Now, not decadent as in you don't need them. I think these are fabulous, and I've used these quite a lot. When I made a baby quilt, and rather than doing a white background, I used a Wiltshire Shadows. So although they are the Liberty blenders, they have enough of a print on that you can really see them and you can really see it's Liberty. And if you're doing anything that has a plain, if you put a Liberty Wiltshire Shadows in it, it elevates your project. It's just beautiful. It is. I mean, it is gorgeous, and it just gives that extra texture and luxuriousness. So I'm going to start with blue, because we're liking blue today. So I'll open it up so you can see. So, let me give you the code, GJYV12. So Wiltshire Shadows has got the background, and it has like berries and leaves, but they're all monochrome. So you've got like a slightly darker blue, and then the light is the print of the berries and leaves. It's a very small pattern. It's completely multi-directional. It's a real all-over print, so it doesn't matter if you use it as just one large plain background piece, or whether you're using it and cutting it in all different directions. So this is Cloud. I think it's gorgeous. Even if you're not using it with other Liberty fabrics, it does elevate it. It does have that really lovely look. It's brilliant, obviously, for dressmaking. So if you make yourself like a little blouse or a dress in a Liberty Wiltshire Shadow, also £8.49, it's less than their main designer fabrics, just a little bit less, but you're still getting Liberty. It's a really good way to get Liberty in your designs. Now, obviously, it's a designer fabric. They cost more than the other blenders, and it's Liberty, but it is lovely. And the other thing before we go on, Liberty fabric is beautiful to sew with. It's quilting weight cotton, but it has quality. It has that Liberty quality to it. If you've never used Liberty before, do it, and then let me know what you think. So that one is Cloud. Then the next blue, FYV, is Arctic. Yes. So if I put them next to each other, because it's sometimes the only way. So that looks really pale blue, but if I put it next to Cloud, you can see this has got much more grey in it. This is like like a powder blue, I'd say, whereas that's got a lot more grey in it. But equally beautiful, very subtle together. And then the last blue, much darker again. But they work together, don't they? If you want to do a blue palette, they work together. This one is indigo. I mean, that is absolutely stunning to use as a background when you want a darker background, but it works really well if you wanted to do a couple of blues together. I would pair those two. I think they've got the same tonal range to them. But that is gorgeous, isn't it? I know it's a little bit more expensive than the other fabrics, but it is divine. It is divine and worth it. Right, it is really worth it. This one, let's move on to the pinks. Beautiful shade, this one. This is QAYV72. Rhubarb. You see, now that's one, not just one thing, one of the many things I'll give Liberty is they're brilliant at fabric descriptions. I'd never thought of that, but that is the colour of stewed rhubarb. Not the rhubarb when it's growing, it's a bit darker, but when you actually stew it and you eat it, it is that colour, isn't it? That's gorgeous. And, you know, and the thing is, when you call fabrics nice names like this, you want to use it because it's called rhubarb. They should have called it stewed rhubarb because it is the colour of stewed rhubarb. The next one is VDYV. What colour is this one? Raspberry, yeah. But doesn't raspberry and rhubarb look really nice together? I don't know what they're like if you eat them together. I'm not sure they'd go. But that's raspberry, that's rhubarb. So you can see that this is just a bit lighter. This has got much more intensity of colour in it. It's beautiful though, isn't it? Do you know what? You could just make a tote bag from that. A really simple tote bag from 1/2 metre of that. And it would just look gorgeous, expensive, and it would only cost you £8.49. So those are the pinks. I'll just do the yellow and orange next. So the yellow, this is really pretty. Most popular on pre-order. So pretty. It's called Primrose. It's really pretty. It looks beautiful with white. It's fresh and lovely. It looks lovely with jeans or with a denim jacket, one way around, a denim jacket. That colour, that shade of yellow, because it's not too acidy, bright sunshine. It's just gentle, it's primrose. And I think with the white print on it, it's very classic. Now, I've also got, I don't know what this one's called, but it's a bit more, I hope it's called coral. It's coral, isn't it? It's a more of an orangey pink. Oh, the code on that is CKYV42. It's called watermelon. Watermelon sugar high. Is it? Watermelon. I would, yeah, nice. I think that's quite corally, actually. But they look really nice together, don't they? Love those two. Right, how about the greens? This is lovely. This is a real yellowy green. Let me give you that one. COYV17. Olive. This, yeah, do you know, it's funny, the olive, the colour, is often used to describe quite a bluey green, but olives actually, particularly if you have a queen olive, they are actually this colour. I think quite often, you know, the queen olives are those really big ones. Green ones, but big ones, queen olives. They are this colour, whereas often we think of olive, because of like olive trees, as being quite a grey green. But if you've got one of those big fat queen olives, they are this sort of yellowy green colour. That's very lovely. I've got two more greens as well. This one is YUYV. Apple. They are nice together though, aren't they? Completely different greens, but that's apple. So your real proper green, primary green. This one, very yellowy green, so olive apple. And then one more green, just to confuse you even further. QYYV. There's too many Q's and Y's and V's in these, isn't there? Leaf. Yeah, leaf. It is a leaf. Yeah, don't leave this in your basket. Oh, I'd like to say that was Ben's joke, not mine. That is a nice green. So that is more of a bluey green, isn't it? Whereas that is, so that apple, leaf, olive. Those are the greens. And then one more, brown. Well, probably not called brown, is it? QSYV37, chestnut. Of course it's called chestnut. That is lovely, isn't it? So if you want to do a quilt that's got some brown on it, use this one. Use the chestnut. It's got the print on it. It just gives you a bit more movement to it, doesn't it? There we go. So those are all the Liberty blenders. I know, well, hopefully we've given you some inspiration here by using fabrics from different collections. We've used the Lewis and Irene, we've gone real high-end Liberty, we've used the more affordable ones. It just gives you an idea. We can give you ideas of what you can do with them and how I think they often get a little bit overlooked. And it's quite nice, really, to not overlook these because they are really good standalone items anyway. So those are all the Liberty blenders that we've got. I think we have done more of them in the past, but those are the ones that we have. Right, before we go for a break, oh, I've got some new things here. Pattern weights. I love pattern weights. Don't always use them for patterns. I use them for holding down all sorts of things. These are nice. So, what is a pattern weight? A pattern weight is a circular disc of metal that's really heavy. And the idea behind it is that you use them for holding your dress patterns down and still. A lot of people, you see it on the sewing bee, they use them when they do rotary cutting of them. I use them, because I don't rotary cut my patterns because I'm too scared. I use them for holding patterns down onto fabric. When you're tracing things, I use them all the time. Quite often, then they will move around. But with dress patterns, if I'm fussy cutting something, I need to move it around. Also, if I'm cutting fabric on my table, if I don't put a weight on them, it often falls off the end of the table. So they're just really, really useful. They're also surprisingly small and thin for the weight of them. So they will hold quite a lot in place. They're really good just to hold all bits of paper. I mean, I tend to put them, because I've got quite a lot of them now. If I've got a pile of different fabric labels for different things, I'll put them on top so I know which is which. So this collection, Catherine Rowe Sewing Design Pattern Weights. These are so pretty. They all come in a presentation tin like that, only £9.99. And look, like the tape measure one. One with buttons on. This is lovely. And these are like hand illustrated buttons as well. So cute. They're not just like printed ones. They look like they're drawn. That's buttons. Only £9.99, you get 6 of them. Nice gift as well, these are, for someone who you know that sews. Then we've got the sewing machines. First time we're seeing these. They were brand new yesterday, but we didn't have a sample of them. Look, they're like vintage sewing machines. They're so cute, all doing different types of things. Only £9.99. Vintage sewing machines. And then the last one, I know I'm going through them quickly, but they're all on sewingstreet.com. Watch live. These are the floral. Pretty, very pretty. There we go. That's all the pattern weights. Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and after the break, I will be back for Sasha's second hour. Now, I've got really good news because we did manage to get the rulers back, but the panels, the kits with the interfacing panel with the print on and the instructions, completely sold out. But we twisted Sasha's arm in the last hour, and we've got them back. Some. So as soon as we get back, after this quick break, we will bring those back because I know literally hundreds of you missed out on the last one. We've also got another brand new design from Sasha that she's going to be showing us. Amazing, one that you've never seen before. And also, I'm going to get to show us how to use that corner thingy and the bias binder. I don't know whether we're going to fit it all in. But anyway, we're going to go for a quick break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now we're ready to sew a seam. It's really important when you sew a seam on a garment that you backstitch at both the beginning and the end. In that way, your seam will stay strong and you don't have to spend time tying fiddly knots or stitching ends in. This is how you do it. Line up on your seam allowance. We're going to go forwards and then we're going to reverse a little. Carry on to the end of your seam. Don't forget to reverse at the end as well. There's your first seam sewn.
And welcome back to Sasha on Sewing Street. Sasha's first Sewing Street.
Oh, I've had a cup of coffee.
Have you? Do you feel better now? Did you lie on our new sofa?
It's a nice sofa.
It is very nice, isn't it? We had to rub it. It would look nice, the other one, but it was so
Very
uncomfortable. It had springs that like poked into your bottom when you sat on it.
Oh, there's definitely no springs.
We've had an upgrade. Very nice. Anyway, your first hour was an astounding runaway success.
It was, wasn't it?
Oh, it's so cool. That's because you love what you create, and everyone knows you love create, and then they can see why they want it too.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
the point of it, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you've got that passion and you love what you do, we're lucky, aren't we, to do what we love?
We
and
are,
that's
yeah.
the thing. We love what we do, and, you know, the fact that we can bring a smile to everybody at home is even better. But, yeah, I'm fine now. It's like I've always been here.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I said once you've done this, you won't be new anymore. So if you weren't with us at 9 o'clock, this is Sasha from Sasha Sews, and she creates lots of amazing designs and tools and things to make sewing easier.
Yeah.
Right. So we had a panel in the first hour to make the storage baskets here, right? It sold out in 4 minutes, okay? And we've managed to restock it for this hour. So what you get, this is amazing. If you saw the last hour, you know exactly what we're talking about. In the kit, you get full instructions.
Oh, no, that's the
Oh,
one that we're showing in a minute.
It's always best to have the right panel, isn't it? And you get, this is your template. So it's interfacing, iron on, with the pattern printed on it.
No measuring,
No measuring.
no nothing. Just press and go.
And no words.
No word.
You
Oh,
don't
God,
need
no.
any words, just cut it out. It's even got the seam allowance, so it's got a stitching
Yep.
line for you to stitch along.
You don't, because sometimes when you get a template or you get something on a piece of fabric, say, and you cut it out, and then think, I've not put my seam allowance on it.
No.
You know, no, it's all on
It's
here.
all on there. It's
Yeah.
all on there. So it's easy peasy. So to make 3 storage boxes like this using whatever fabric you like, it's amazing for your stash buster. We have still got a few bundles of the Jason Yenter fabric, but if you want, it makes all 3. This does. So $12.99. You've got the panel on the interfacing, absolutely flying out for those of you who missed it, and you will get full instructions as well, and you can use them whatever fabric you like. If you once you get it, if you weren't here at 9 o'clock, Sasha did a full demo from start to finish. It was amazing, wasn't it? It was like 20 minutes.
Yeah. And I mean, I know what you're going to say. You know, Sasha, you do them all the time. You know what you're doing. They are easy, aren't they?
Yeah, no, really.
Because it's the working out has been done for you. You know, I've designed it. We've done it. We've had them printed. It's easy. As long as you can use an iron.
Yeah, absolutely. It is
It's
just
fine.
And because you've got the sewing lines on there, it's easy. Anyway, we have got another design that you're going to show us in a moment, so then you will be able to understand. So we have only got 60 of these left. So I'm just warning you.
And that's it then.
And that
for
really
this
is
time.
it.
That is.
Is it? That is it.
That is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you do have to have these printed.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't want people having to wait longer than, you know. So, yeah.
I think it's really clever that you've worked out how to do this and then how to get them printed so that it all works and that, you know, that the colour doesn't come off.
Oh,
or
I've got
bleed
a
or
very,
anything.
very clever lady, and she's phenomenal. I couldn't be without her. And yeah, I sort of say to her my vision, and then we go with it. And this is what she does this bit.
Well,
working
I
out.
know, but the fact you still have to find her.
Oh, I've known her for quite a long
Okay.
time.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, the next panel, this is what this hour is all about, the purses, half of the stock has already gone. So this is what you get to make. So talk us through this one and then we'll show you the panel.
So again, this is simplicity. It's one of those things that is just simple. Now, I haven't put a popper or anything on here, but you can put ties, you can put whatever you want on here, okay? But you can use this as a travel wallet. You can use this as a wallet.
Oh, that's so passport, boarding pass.
Exactly. But you
Brilliant.
can also use it for different things. You can use it for your rotary cutter, your scissors.
yeah, that's
Maybe you
true.
want to do like, I have one in the car that's got like hand sewing bits in, like a little pair of scissors, a little thread,
Yeah,
that
no,
sort
that's
of thing.
true.
So
Yes.
they are so very different, and it's what you want to use it for, what you want to actually use
Hmm.
your purse, your wallet, your pouch. But you do get 2 sizes.
Get a baby one as
So you
well.
get a baby one. Now, I haven't stitched all of this one, but it's basically showing you
Oh.
how they go together. And obviously, we're going to be
I
demoing.
see.
And again, this is like your little card pouch.
And then
Again,
this is what the panel looks like. And remember that on the panel, only £12.99, and you get instructions. Don't forget, you will get
do
full
get instructions.
printed instructions. Right, we've got 55 left, and there are 89 of you with it in your basket.
so what you will see on the panel is you've got your large wallet pouch, and then you've got
Okay.
your small.
So that makes sense, because it's like
Yeah.
a cross. But it's not just that. This has been carefully worked out. It's got the curves all in the right places. It's not just...
Exactly,
you
it's
know,
got your
all the
seam
cross.
allowance, it's everything is correct. And you'll also see that you've got
what
these
are
bits and
they?
pieces. So you can put a flap on the front if you
Oh,
want to.
okay.
You
So
can
like
make your
on
own
here,
flap.
you could put that little tab.
Yeah, and you can make a wrist strap for it to go on your wrist if you had some, like the Caribbean eclipse, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I've given you all of those options as well, that if you want to use them. You don't have to. I haven't. But you
Yeah, but if you want to
But if
use
you
them,
want to,
could
you can
do.
use poppers, you can use a button, you can use a sewing popper, you can use whatever you want to use. But I'm just giving you different options as well.
Amazing. So £12.99 for that. We only have 30 left. And you will get full instructions as well. And it will make both the purse, well, it could be a purse, it could be a travel wallet, it could be all different
Such
things.
a good
couldn't
size, isn't it?
No, it's
It
a really good
is.
size.
Like you say, your passport, your tickets, you know, if you're going on a cruise and you've got lots of bits and pieces, you know, it can be for anything.
Well, it's, you know, when you're getting on the plane and you're in the queue and you've got like your
I don't know.
boarding
Do you know,
pass
I've not had holiday in 10 years. 10 years, and all I want is holiday. I'm going to get a holiday. at
You are,
some
and you
point.
need one of these to put your boarding pass
Oh,
in.
I'll have to make myself a leopard print one, won't I?
I really think you should.
But they're just so handy because you can put your rotary cutter, your scissors, all of those sort of things in there as well. So don't just think of it as a purse. You know, this one, one of the ones that I've got at home, I've got all my sewing machine needles. When I go to a class,
okay.
they're
That's-
just in there.
yeah.
So again, that I've got
Just little
extra
things
bits.
like
yeah.
that. Really good idea. Right, we've only got 18 of these left now. So we will,
You'll still get to see how it's
we will
made.
still get
I
to
love
see how
that.
it's made.
I love that fact.
What, that we still show you anyway?
It's brilliant. Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's really
absolutely,
good.
because there's a lot of people who've bought it, and whether it's not your fault that it's sold out.
No.
I mean, it's your fault for not
It's
giving
my
us
fault.
as many, but it's not your
Like I said to you this morning, I would have been happy if I'd have sold one.
Oh.
You know, I would have been beside myself. You know, I'm just...
No, I was definitely convinced this is a great product because you've put your time and your passion and your interest, and it shows through. Right, let's put everything we've got for sale on the screen. And then we can just demo for the rest of it and have fun. Right, let's talk about the fabric. So these are some fabric bundles that you've put together for us.
Yes.
That would be ideal for making these
Any
pouches
of it.
with.
Yeah, any of it. So you could make the pouches, you can make the pods, or you can make your own things.
These are lovely. So what you've got in each of them, you've got a print fabric.
So you've got the butterfly.
Oh, that's such an amazing colour as well, isn't it? Oh,
Beautiful,
no, I've got
isn't
the
it?
wrong side. God, it's almost double-sided, isn't it? That's
So-
beautiful.
You've got each one has got your butterfly, and then you've got the accompanying.
Oh, the blender. Now, we
Blender.
had a whole hour talking
I
about
love
blenders.
blenders. I absolutely
Yeah, but that's
adore.
that's almost a tie-dye blender,
It's
isn't it?
fab, isn't it? I just
I
love.
love a blender more
I
than
do.
a plain.
I love a blender in the fact that you can make those more expensive fabrics go a lot further as
yeah.
well. I'm not one for really, really, you know, out there, lots and lots of colours and things, and I like a blender to calm things down.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but it also makes it go further. And sometimes by putting a blender rather than a plain, it looks like you've gone designer.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
I love this. This is quite tie-dye though.
I know they're fab, aren't
Cool.
they? They are. They're really fab.
So that's your so the butterflies and jade. Right, 18 in baskets and only 8 of these left. So you're basically getting 2.5 meters. You could use these as purses or use them in your own projects, but it's nice. It's nice fabric.
It's nice fabric as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's do orange next.
We'll do orange. Oh, this is a beautiful orange.
Oh, this is like proper
holiday.
Holiday. This is like the weather it was on Monday, isn't it? Super hot, unless you're in northern Scotland, apparently, where it was raining.
Oh, I just love the sunshine anyway.
Oh, it was so hot though, wasn't it?
beautiful.
No, it was too hot for me.
Oh no,
It's
just
too
beautiful.
hot. Someone on the radio said, I've started looking at photos of when it was cold and just going, look at that, it was really cold that day, wasn't
We're
I?
never happy, are we?
No,
We're
we're
never
never
And I
happy.
think it was only, 3-4 weeks ago, we were all like, oh, the rain and it's cold and
I know, it's
You know.
ridiculous. But this is proper summer hot. I don't know how well, when I look on screen, the butterflies aren't showing up very well. So the background is orangey and the butterflies are red.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be brilliant.
And
for
it
you.
is really vibrant. You can really see those
Oh, that's got to
butterflies.
be like a holiday bag, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely.
And then look at the blender. I want more of this so I could make a pair of trousers. Can you imagine?
Oh, that's just beautiful.
Amazing. That is a gorgeous combination. Actually, it's quite nice on that side.
You can, I mean, that's the great thing, isn't it, about that tie-dye batik sort of style.
Yeah.
You can use it either side, depending
It's
on what you
really
want.
soft. I mean, it's quilting weight, so it's your normal
yeah.
quilting weight and width. It's ever so soft.
Yeah, it's beautiful fabric.
Amazing. So that's your orange one. What colour do you want next, Ben? Any.
Any?
You can choose.
Okay, well, let's go purple. So again, we've got this phenomenal colour, purple, like a really rich ochre.
Well, it's proper imperial purple, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
What was it that we had in the last hour? Blackberry. Blackberry, no, it's not pink enough for blackberry.
And so you can see what I was just trying to do.
Have you not got
Okay.
a purple one?
Have you not got a purple on there? Should
Okay.
have the purple. Right, okay, let's...
We'll move on to another one while Ben searches through. So, oh, now this one's good because... Which one is this one?
Magenta.
Magenta.
And I like this because
The
of the way...
butterflies really show up.
Yeah, and I like this because of the tie-dye. on
Yeah.
it, because of the effect on it.
And that... It's either hot pink or maroon.
Hot pink.
Hot pink.
Hot pink.
You've got the little white bits on here.
It's where
and
it's
on
been
there.
all hand-dyed. This is the thing. It's all been hand-dyed.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, everything
How
has
is it
been
made then?
They do the whole hot wax, cold wax thing.
Right.
So they put that deeper colour on top. Then they put the wax on. Then they put that deeper colour on, and then they rinse it out again, and then they remove that wax.
Okay.
And it just doesn't take on all of the fabric.
So it is like almost a tie-dye one.
Yeah.
It's not. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not just a print that's created like that.
No.
Right.
Nope.
Well, that's amazing. I thought it was just printed.
No.
It's
It is a
beautiful. and
stamp.
honestly, it's ever so soft. It's really nice. The next one is called
This is beautiful.
Golden Yellow. That's gorgeous, isn't
Isn't
it?
that?
That is gorgeous. I do think you need to get both of them, though. I think if you're getting golden
Oh,
yellow,
you've got to go for the orange,
that's sunshine.
isn't it?
That is just...
And sometimes when you buy a yellow, it can be quite acidic, can't it? It can
Yeah,
be
no,
quite-
this-
this is warm.
Yeah, this is a proper warm...
It's a proper, beautiful sunflower yellow.
Yeah, it's not. It's got no green in that at all.
No,
That's a proper
no.
yellow.
And then the
love that
butterflies are
one.
almost in a really deep yellow going into orange. So again, it's really beautiful.
Gorgeous. This one maroon?
This must be the maroon. So again,
it's
you've
more
got that
like
pinky and
like
you've-
pomegranate.
yeah. But again, it's such a beautiful colourway.
It's gorgeous.
And again, you've got these splodges, which I really like splodges. It's such a good word, isn't it?
Splodge. No, it's lovely. It's
know,
like
where you've
tie-dye
got- yeah.
splodges. There's real movement
Very
and
natural.
texture to that.
Yeah.
You know, and I think like $11.99, that's a fully lined tote bag.
Oh, it's easy, isn't
Isn't it?
It's
Handles
easy.
lined, everything.
Everything, just done.
Gorgeous, you know, nice. You can make to sell.
Oh,
Because then,
definitely.
you see, you sell it for $24.99.
Well, I'm happy for people to sell the pods and,
Oh,
and
okay.
the purses. So I'm happy for that, you know, because obviously people
Right.
are out there doing
Obviously, you
things
can't
like
sell
that.
the patterns or
No,
anything.
you can't sell the patterns. But
Clearly. But I'm thinking, if you've got a stall, use this fabric. It's amazing. And then the final one, oh, that's delicious, isn't it?
isn't it a lovely blue? And I
Yeah.
do like this with the yellow, actually.
Well, I was just thinking that.
The yellow works so well with it.
Oh, let me move the purple. I don't know what's happened to the purple. We can't find that. Yeah, this is lovely.
Doesn't it work well together?
Yeah, it really does. Woo! That is amazing, isn't it? Look at those together.
I just love colour.
Gorgeous. No, that's absolutely gorgeous.
Love it.
We have still got a few of the yellow ones left if you want to get them. Right. Yes. Okay. Right. So the purse panel we did sell out of, but we've got some more. Okay. But that is it. That is it. That's the very end. So we did, while we were talking about the fabric, we sold out the purse panel. But there's our second lot, and that's it now.
That's it.
That's
There's
it.
no more now.
So if you want to make the purse, which we're going to, Sasha's going to demo in a moment. That is the end of the purse panel, the last lot. So if you were trying to check out and you've seen it, it's sold out, this is the last. You get the panel and full instructions. If you were watching Sasha at 9, you'll know how this works, but she will show you again in a moment. Right, do you want to do the next ones, Ben? Or let's do a bit of demo.
Do a bit of demo. Should we look at the rulers first?
We could do the rulers.
Should we look at the bag ruler? So I
Yes.
can just show you
because
how
we wanted to
do
talk about the bag ruler, didn't we?
Yeah, I just really want to show you how to use the binding tool on it.
Yes, absolutely. So this is the bag. I've got to put it on a bit of black cardboard, you can't see it. So this is the bag, the curved edge bag, all sorts.
With
Box
that
bottom
amazing,
ruler.
I mean, you've got to admit, it's a very sexy corner.
It's very cool. I've drawn around it and everything. I just need to get out my rotary cutter. It's a beautiful corner. And what's the best thing about this corner? It's got a really nice straight edge before
It's
it goes
bizarre,
into
isn't
the
it,
corner.
that we're talking like that over a curve. But, you know,
I know, but
there is something about...
If you've cut one of these and you know, but you do need, because if you see curves, they don't have much of a straight line. It's a good straight.
I mean, I've got some wonky curves on me, to be quite honest, but that's a nice curve.
That's a curve. So you've got, on this, you've got the curve, you've got the boxed
corners, yeah.
And then you've got this bias tape maker thingy, which you're going to show me. We promised you at 9 o'clock, because I really want to know how it works. So you might only use this to do curves, you might only use it to do box corners, or only use this, but just remember it does all of those and it's only $11.99. It's sold out first time. We've managed to get some back. So show us how you do that. Yes, I'll let you go over and show me.
Okay.
Show us. How do you make your own bias binding?
Well, it's that whole thing, isn't it, that sometimes you can be doing a wall hanging or journal or stained glass windows or dressmaker. You don't want a really, really heavy, thick binding, okay? So what you're going to do is, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to pop a pin in one end. Now we're using the 1.5 inch, and let me start from the beginning again so you can see. So you've got your strip, you're going to fold to the centre.
So how much bigger than the...
I tend to do 1/2 inch, so I cut this at 2 inches.
Okay, so just add 1/2 inch.
Just, you know, because basically all you're doing is folding those edges into the centre, and then you are going to go up, and then you are going to go in that side. And then what I like to do is I like to pin it, because, and I've got my iron, and just let me wait for that to warm a second. And you're just going to drag it through, but you're going to hold the ruler because this is pinned.
Right, okay.
Okay, and you're just going to drag this through. And you're going to make sure that you keep that, and if it twists like that, the fabric twists, okay.
That's amazing.
And then you end up...
That's amazing. And then you can either use it like that or fold it in half, depending on what you're doing with it.
Depending on what you do with it. So again, let's start at the other end so you can see.
So do you have to start by...
I tend to, because I like to have a nice, really flat that I can pin in place.
Right, okay.
Okay. So then again, pop that like... Oh, no, we've got to put it through the ruler first. That does help, doesn't it? So you're going to go in there. And then you're going to go like so. Pop that there. And I like to try and make sure that I keep this part nice and straight. And then again, you're just pulling it through.
That is fabulous.
And then that's given you that
So
double fold.
measure the gap, add 1/2 inch.
Yeah.
Also, what I quite like about that
So you could
is those
actually-
folds aren't going right to the centre. So you're reducing the bulk as well.
Yeah. So let's go. So obviously I haven't cut this. So I'm just cutting that, folding that in half again. So you know when you do that stained glass window effect, or you've got
Yeah,
the Celtic. Celtic's another one. This is brilliant for Celtic.
Oh, so to fold it in half, you could just thread it through the next one down,
Yeah.
and then that'll fold it in half
And
as
just
well.
and just keep going.
Yeah, because actually, when I do like double fold binding for quilts, I have to like fold it all in half, and
It's
you know, and
hard,
as you're
isn't
doing it,
it?
you're holding it, and then you burn your always burn my fingers. This is brilliant. So
And it's so crisp. And so obviously this is just cut straight. So this isn't bias.
yeah, yeah.
But you can do your bias, so you can do your dressmaking. You can do it for quilts. You can do it for curbs, you know, all sorts of different things. But the fact that you are doing a binding this fine is brilliant.
Well, also there's a tiny one on here.
There is a really tiny one that goes down to, because it's 1/2 inch, isn't it? And then that, when you folded those bits in, you know, 1/2 inch bind, it's just so fine. But it means when you are doing things like, you know, when you've got that black stained glass effect around certain things,
Like the leading, and you just need that, don't
that
you?
can be so expensive to buy, really expensive. Well, now you can
Make
just
your
say-
own.
Make your own.
It's absolutely
your own.
brilliant. So the price for this is $11.99. Amazing. So it's just something I would pay it just for the corner, and having the box corners that you can draw on. So it's got like a 2 inch and a 3 inch, but you can move that down the corner, and then you can make it even smaller. But being able to create that binding with all the little things, amazing. Only $11.99 for that. It's fabulous. Right. The purse panel.
The purse
panel.
Right,
Are you going to show us how to make that?
I am. So let me just grab
Okay,
the fabric, sorry.
that's all right. So you're going to show us how to make. Now we have got a bundle of this fabric. If you want to make.
What would you like it in? Would you like it in this or the butterfly, or?
Butterfly.
Let's do the butterfly.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can't, because I've only got the purple butterfly and we haven't got the purple butterfly. So
We
would
can use one of these.
you sure?
Yeah.
You pick.
Oh, blue.
Thank you.
Let's go blue. Yeah. I think it's such lovely fabric. I think it'd be really nice to see what it looks like in the purse.
So when you get your panel home, obviously you're going to do the same as before. We're going to cut this out roughly. And again, don't forget all these extra bits on here, you can do whatever you want to do with them. There is no, you know, I'm very much somebody that would rather you use your own imagination, you play, you do how you want it to be done. I think that's really important. I'm just the person that can come up with the ideas. You know, I don't sit there and say, this is how things have to be made. This is how things have to be done.
Yeah, you're just facilitating.
That's,
Well,
yeah.
it's a little bit more than facilitating, because you're actually coming up with all the ideas as well.
So, let's just really cut around that.
So you've got, in these bundles, you've got more than enough fabric, haven't you?
Yes. Oh,
For both purses?
yeah, you'd be able to do both. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you're going to have to definitely make one of these to go on holiday with.
Yeah, definitely. Let me just cut that one across. Right, so,
So
we
you
take
just
our iron.
You cut out round the edges. It's
Just
for,
really,
if you
as
didn't
you can
see the
see,
9
really
o'clock
roughly.
show. Cool iron.
Coolish iron, yeah. I mean, if you can put your hand on there.
Yeah, yeah. So not your super cotton hot.
No.
I mean, it's just interfacing. It's not like fan. It's just interfacing.
Yeah, you don't want to burn it. You don't want to scorch it. Then you're going to take your other piece And it's a bit cheaty, I know, but we're just going to cut them out together.
No, that's not cheating. That's called sensible. It's more accurate anyway, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
exactly
if you
that.
cut one out slightly wrong, at least they're both slightly wrong.
And if you wanted it a bit firmer and you wanted to put some interfacing in it, another bit of interfacing or
okay.
wadding, just put the wadding behind it as well. I'm all about easy. You know, why overcomplicate things? Doesn't need to be overcomplicated. Although, unlike the hotel I was staying in last night. See, I always have a story. I always go into a story. The hotel that I was in last night, I thought, oh, there's a Sainsbury's across the road. I'll go to this.
Were you in that one?
I ended up in the middle of a dual carriageway, in the middle of a roundabout, in the middle.
Did you see any horses? Because usually the horses are tethered on that roundabout.
No, there was no horses, but
Oh.
of course the cars are going so fast. I was stood in the middle of the roundabout for half an hour trying to cross a dual
How
carriageway.
did you end up in the middle of that roundabout?
Because I can't run either. So
No.
I was just stuck in the middle of the roundabout, like a sign.
There's an underpass.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that. I did not know
Because
that.
now I know where you were in the Sainsbury's. They're going to know exactly where you were. I'm surprised there were
did-
no horses on that roundabout. There normally are.
I did not know there was an underpass.
That's really funny because that is a really busy roundabout.
I know.
Brilliant.
It is. It is.
How was your hotel?
Yeah, it's lovely. Apart from I've got a graveyard outside the bedroom.
Yeah,
window.
there is the cemetery there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's lovely.
Ben's granddad's there in that cemetery. You could go and visit him.
Oh, I will do later.
Why does Ben just goes, my granddad's there? I said, what's he doing there? Then I realised cemetery. Okay, got it. I was thinking, how do you know your granddad's there? Okay.
Well, when I went for a walk last night, I thought, you know, I'm into this whole gratitude and mindfulness and things. So I thought, right, I'll walk past and, you know, make peace with everybody in there so they don't feel the need to come and visit me later.
Right.
So this chap was stood on the corner by the garage and was having a full-on conversation with someone as I'm walking by going, now, I hope you're all resting really, really well. And he must have thought, she's absolutely bonkers.
Oh, you were talking to them?
I was talking to
Oh,
them.
okay.
Yeah, because they were outside my bedroom window and I thought, well, I need
Yeah,
to
I
make
guess it is
peace.
by the crematorium, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, anyone who knows Redditch will know exactly what we're talking about. I'm laughing about that roundabout, though, because that's actually quite hard to pull out in your car, let alone
With somebody with a
across.
broken ankle that's pinned. I can't believe I crossed over so quickly.
Well, that's what I'm impressed about, that you even got over there.
I got over there, no problem. But you
And
tried,
it is quite handy because it's got that Sainsbury's.
but you tried crossing it from the Sainsbury's side when there's just a dual
Yeah.
carriageway, half an hour.
Can
I
imagine.
mean, I'm sure that some cars went in, did their shopping, come back out, and I
And
was
you were
still
still
there.
and they probably thought, why is she on that roundabout? Right, so you cut out on the outer line because that inner line is your sewing line. So if you're not a straight sewer or you're a new sewer or young sewer, new sewer, then you've got a line to follow.
Yeah, just makes it easy, doesn't it? Right, the other thing I need to make sure...
It's the funniest shape, isn't it?
It's great shape, isn't
It's
it?
like a ghost with arms.
You've also got your markings on there as well to be able to leave your your hole to turn through.
Oh, the turning gap mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
So
Actually, that one's a bit...
yeah, I'm just going to turn it up just a little bit. I was maybe playing it a little bit safe.
best than melting it. So what's even more annoying is when you melt it because you've got it the wrong way up as well.
Oh, I know.
It ruins your iron for ages.
Oh, it does. How many times have we all done that?
I get through a lot of iron cleaner.
Right, so I'm making sure that my fabrics are right sides together. And this is how complicated it gets. Because all you're going to do...
Oh, but
You're
you've
gonna-
cut them out together, so they're all going to be
So you're going to start here,
at the turning gap.
and you're going to go right the way around.
Excellent.
That is it. So it will take me a couple of minutes just
Okay.
to go all the way around.
Right, we have, we've only got half of the stock left of the second set restocking of this purse pan. So remember, in the panel, in fact, I'll go over here while Sasha's sewing around the edges. in the kit, you will get the panel, which looks like this. It's printed onto interfacing, very easy. You will get a full set of instructions as well, which will explain all of this. So you've got all of the pieces for the large purse and the small purse, and there's extra tabs if you want them, because you want to put a little tab on and a magnetic clasp. This makes sewing easy. You can use one of the bundles we've got here. You could use your own fabric. By pressing the interfacing, it's a very, very lightweight interfacing, so that it's not really going to add structure, because you don't want that. If you want to add more interfacing to the fabric, do so, but this won't add structure to it. It's the fabric, it's printed on the non-glue side, so that you just print it, you press it onto the wrong side of the fabric. $12.99. This. Yeah, and that makes both. $12.99, you get to make the big purse and the small purse. This is a wonderful make. Maybe you're teaching someone to sew. Maybe you're learning to sew. Maybe you buy it as a gift for somebody. Maybe you've got, like, you know, children, grandchildren around in the holidays, and you think, oh, I would like to do a little project with them. It's really nice to do a project where you actually really want to keep what you're making, because it's so useful. And these two little purses can be used for all sorts of things. I mean, it's a really, really nice, and you can even, you know, you could get them to choose their own fabric that they want to make it with, and it really is very, very simple. And if you're learning to sew, or you're teaching someone to sew, and you start off with something that's achievable, then it makes you want to try the next thing, Or you might be really experienced, you just want to make something quick and easy.
And also, you know, if you are taking kids or anything away on holidays, let them make their own little purse.
Yeah, I think that's lovely.
You know, it's such a nice idea. But also, things like wallets and that can be quite complicated to make, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, especially if you want all the little pockets and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is really, really simple to do. So half of the stock is left, and way more than that is in baskets. $12.99, full instructions, and the printed interfacing as well. Amazing.
Right, so we are nearly there.
Oh, nearly all the way around. So you just basically, you're sewn all the way, because you've cut it all out together, the outer and the lining anyway. So you just sew it together all the way round.
So we are, right, so then, sorry, this is Larry. If nobody's met Larry, this is Larry. Tends to come everywhere with me. Bless him.
Larry the llama pincushion.
Yeah. So once you've gone all the way around, you're going to nip these corners off. Going to get them out the way. And it all helps with the whole bulk thing. The other thing that you're going to do is in these corners, just to ease it a little bit, you're just going to cut a little diagonal. Just helps it a little bit, you know, when you turn it through. And then you are going to clip, not your stitches, but you are just going to clip around. Again, it just makes sure that that curve lays really, really beautifully. I'm going to find our hole, and then we're going to start turning things through. This is when you want a pokey tool, and I haven't brought my pokey tool with me. I'm sure we've got one.
Find something.
I'm sure we've got something that I can use.
Oh, well, we've got the tube. I wonder why we've got the tube. This is perfect.
Oh,
from
perfect.
the turning tool.
Oh,
I
yeah.
use normally a stick, but the sticks for some reason aren't in here. Just the tubes.
So when you're going around your curve,
This will be fine.
this is what I say to everybody, this is why I've got nails, because I can just ease my nail across that curve. And then, just gonna, there's always one part. I'm just gonna keep on pushing that through.
We've
And
got all sorts of lovely things in this box.
it does take a little bit of time. It's worth spending the time just to make sure that everything is how it should be. Thank you.
Well, it's hard with turning with a pokey stick, isn't it? Because you want it sharp, but not too sharp.
Yeah, exactly.
I tend to use the stick for my turning tool, but I'm sure there's probably better things that I haven't discovered or found yet.
Oh, I'm terrible. I'll pick up a pair of scissors and then...
Yeah, I know, and I do that as well, and then I break through the fabric, and that's really annoying.
Do as I say, not as
Yeah,
I...
I know,
do as I say,
know.
not as I do.
But there are loads of different turning tools out there. I ought to do like a little test of all of, not turning tools, but the pokey corner things, whatever they're called. Point turners, that's what they're called.
Stiletto, isn't it? Is it a stiletto?
Well, a stiletto is sometimes used to like hold, can be quite sharp.
Right.
To hold fabric as it goes through the machine. So it's a point turner.
Right.
But then everybody uses like cocktail stick. I use kebab skewers as well.
Yeah.
Or a very fine crochet hook's quite good because they've got a nice rounded bump.
Yeah. So, and as you can see,
No,
you've obviously...
that's a loop turner.
You've obviously got that hole, and we're just going to...
Ben gave us a loop turner. That's for doing rouleau loops.
To do what?
You know, making rouleau loops.
No, what's a rouleau loop?
Well, it's a really thin loop of fabric. You know when you get a posh wedding dress and they have like buttons?
Oh!
And they have all those loops.
Yeah.
And they're like fabric folded in half. But you make it with, you cut it on the bias. And then you sew it right sides together and turn it right sides out, but they're diddly, very thin. And really, really, really hard to make.
I expect they are.
They're just really fiddly.
So the next thing that you're going
That's
to do...
fabulous.
Is
Still looks like a ghost with arms.
It does still look like a ghost with arms. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do this. You can obviously sew this hole up here by hand, okay? Or you can do it all in one. So you're going to line all of
This must have taken
up.
ages to work out.
Oh, the working out was a nightmare.
I can imagine, because that pocket, so that arm is slightly lower.
Wider. So
Yeah.
that one's wider than
Yeah,
this one.
otherwise... Because
Yeah.
I was thinking, why doesn't that line up? But it's not supposed to, is it? Because then you get that pocket. Oh, that's really clever. Yeah, that's really
See?
clever.
So at this point, you obviously will do a bit of top stitch and we will go all the way around. But I want to go across here. So I'm going to do this. I want to go across here. Let's work out what bit should we do. Because I always think you don't need to do an awful lot because you're going to be coming down these sides to secure this.
Yeah, and it's not going to fall out the bottom.
It's not going to fall out the bottom. So do you know what? We're going to cheat. We're going to just
do
sew
that.
across.
This is all in the instructions, though, so
Yeah.
don't worry. So when you buy yours, you will get full instructions and we'll explain all of this in there.
Everything is there, definitely. So that's nice and secure. So we're doing a bit of a line up there, bit of a line up there. Then that bit goes like so, and then I'm going to pop a pin here. Now you can stitch right the way around, so you've got some lovely, I'm not going to because I've got grey thread on and it would look better in navy, obviously, but you are going to then start here and you're going to stitch up here and you're going to go all the way up. Do you know what we'll just do?
Do it in grey. I think you should say, I'm doing it in grey because I've chosen that as a contrast.
I'm doing this in grey because this way it's a contrast and you can actually see how
Yeah,
I've
there you go,
stitched it.
see? Rather than, oh, it won't look good. Because actually, contrast is good. If you stitch nice and slowly and get it straight.
You've got to get it straight, yeah. But we're not, no judging.
No.
We don't
Well, you are
judge.
doing it without a foot pedal as well, so we will accept that.
Yeah, exactly. We are doing it without a foot pedal.
It doesn't want to go there around.
No, it doesn't want to.
Colleen in Norfolk, who's having problems ordering, just give the call centre a ring. I don't know what the issues are, whether it's your server, whether it's our server. Just phone the number. I've got a stick as well. 0800 001 4433. It's a UK call centre. In fact, it's just upstairs, up there around the corner. They're really nice, and it's a free phone number. They are good. I'd put an order in the other day and got really confused. Phoned them. Oh, they were very, very patient with me. I have to say, I think I would have been a bit more patronising or impatient. They were very, very patient with me, and they didn't judge, and it was my fault. So I always like that. So just give them a ring, and they'll be able to help you out. You know when you realise it's your fault?
And then you
have to go, I'm really sorry about that. They were very kind.
There we go.
Obviously,
That's
you
need
amazing.
a little pocket or something on there. Let's just cut this bit off. Have you got the other two there as well?
Yes.
Because I was just going to show. Let's give that a nice press. But I was obviously, thank you. I was obviously going to show.
After returning things back.
So, rotary cutter.
Of course, yes.
I don't think my scissors, these scissors are a little bit big, but I'm sure that we can, what else? Oh, look. I have to just fill my pockets while I'm here. Let's pop that in there.
Yeah, so you could, if you had like a little needle, that could be your travel sewing kit, couldn't it?
And then you can have,
Tablets as well, you could get a Nurofen paracetamol.
Yeah.
Migraleave, that's always useful. Imodium, depends where you go.
Definitely.
Yeah, or for me, it would be insect repellent tablet. Antihistamines, always get bitten.
Yeah, just anything. It can be just like a little makeup pouch if you wanted it to be.
Yes.
Anything like that, or a comb or anything. They are so useful.
Stamps.
So useful. So, yeah.
Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
I love it.
That's £12.99. We have 30 of them left. In the kit, you will get the printed interfacing, and you will get full instructions. It makes life simple. It's brilliant for a quick make. It's all been worked out very carefully. So it's a quick make because of how it's worked out.
The measurements.
But the measurements, very complicated.
So long. And for somebody, it probably took me 5 times longer than what it would take. Honestly, it was pretty horrendous. What I was going to show was the gauge.
The gauge, yes.
Shall I show the gauge?
Yes, because I did promise everyone that we would do the seam gauge because I wanted to know. I'll come over because we need to come to your machine.
You.
So the seam gauge, I promised everyone, very limited. So this has seam allowances marked in 1/4 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch, 1/2 an inch, 5/8 and 7/8. So it's really good for marking seam allowances, but also for checking on your sewing machine.
It is, and you might get, as you can see, well, which is the best way to look. Let's look up here. That's a good way. So somebody might be on a pattern and it might say you want 10 and 7/8. Oh, well, you grab your gauge, you put that up against the 10, and you know that this line is your 7/8 line.
Right.
So they might want 7 and 5/8. So put this against your 7. That is your 5/8 line, and then you can mark. And then you know, as you were cutting everything, without having to do this. 1, 2.
It's just there.
Yeah. So also, when it comes to with your sewing machine as well, I know that my 1/4 of an inch. I'll just take that off for you. I know that my 1/4 of an inch line, I want to make sure that when I am sewing, that I am, and you'll see that the needle is actually just a little bit off. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
So we can.
So what you do is you line that up with whatever the marking is on the machine, and then you make sure that it's right. If it's not, you just move it over a bit.
Yeah, I don't know why this one's not. It might be not moving because I haven't taken the foot off. But yeah, as you can see here.
Right, okay.
Now, it might be that you want a 3/8 seam allowance. So you can line that up, and then you can see where you need to move this needle over to. So again, it's all about consistency.
Because otherwise, what I've done before, I've put a tape measure underneath and then lowered the needle into the...
Really slowly,
Really difficult.
And so that's interesting, actually, that is just out. But like I say, each sewing machine that I have got
And it's
is.
fine if you're only doing one seam, but when you're doing patchwork and you're doing, say,
Yeah.
10 seams, you can lose
Yeah,
a whole quarter of
exactly.
an inch that way.
So let's see how good my quarter of an inch is good. So that seam allowance that we were using for the actual on the panel to be able to stitch works out really, really well. And also my eye for top stitching a quarter of an inch. That's not bad.
actually.
That's
See,
not
we're
bad, is it?
And we didn't judge.
No, you
So
didn't
don't
judge.
And it's
Didn't
perfect.
judge.
I mean, I would have measured it afterwards, obviously.
Yeah. But you can measure things like your half an inch. You can measure things like your 5/8.
So it's £6.99, but we've only got 30 left. I want to talk about the Bozel. Can we go over to
Yeah, of
my
course.
table? Because we love Bozel.
My
and now
love.
we sell here. We sell a few things and we sell in our form and a couple of things. But you are an
Educator.
educator ambassador for
Yeah.
Bozel. So you've bought us these 2 Bozel products. What do they look, they're funny. Let's start with this one because this is in our form.
So-
which we know what that is. That's iron-on, isn't it?
So this is double-sided iron-on, which means that both sides are fusible. That also means that when you are fusing on the top, because of how special Bozel is, the glue underneath will not melt.
Oh.
It is only heat activated. Okay,
I didn't know that.
It is heat activated.
Is
yeah.
it?
Yeah, Bozel is in our form is a very, very complicated product. It is very clever.
So if
Very
you iron
clever.
on the top, it doesn't stick to your ironing board?
No, not like other products
yeah.
that you can get. Now that only works for in our form. It doesn't work for things like Craftex, which we'll talk about in a second.
Okay.
But so this is the scalloped placemats.
So there's 4 in the pack.
Yep, there's 4 in the pack, but you can, this is the size. So it's a really nice size placemat.
So this is what it looks like when you make, because obviously this looks thick because there's 4. So this is what it looks like when you make it.
Yep.
So how do you do it then?
So you would fuse, if you're going to do it this way, which is just doing your zigzag stitching around the edges, just to finish it off. Perfect.
So you just press it.
Press your
one
fabrics
fabric to
on,
the
that's
front.
it. And then you can quilt it, you can put a plique on there, you can put names on there, you can do personalised
And do you cut
placement.
it after you've pressed it?
What, the fabric's
Yes.
down? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So front and back, absolutely fine. And then you would do a satin stitch right the way around a couple of times to really make sure you cover those edges. Or you can do it another way where you press your fabrics on top and then the stitch all the way around, and you'll do a turn through in the middle on the back, and then you would make some sort of sleeve or something, so it's almost like an envelope bit at the
Right,
back,
okay.
because obviously you're going to need to turn it through, and then that will give you that beautiful scallop
Right, if you
edge.
don't want to do. Yeah, okay.
If you
so
don't want to do it
2
that way,
ways.
but maybe you don't want to make
Okay.
a placemat. Maybe you don't want to make a placemat. Well, what about you could actually use it and make a clutch bag.
Oh, that's clever.
So you've only got
I
to
like the
stitch it.
fact, like on this one, on
You can
the
really
picture,
play
they've
around
used
with them.
lots of different fabrics.
Yeah, you can really play around with them. So you can turn it into a little clutch bag. You can cut the corner scallop off and make it into a basket
Oh, okay.
as well. So again, there is lots and lots of options for these for you to play with. Obviously, the inner form is a foam, so it is softer on your table. But if you wanted to say, look at the craft
Right, so this is
text-
$21.99 for 4. Okay, so and we haven't got many of these. We've only got 15 of these left. so
it's not
if
many.
you want to get one of these, you get 4 in there for $21.99. Now, the same thing but a different product, and I haven't never seen this. Never seen
Yeah.
Craft Text.
So craft text
Can
is...
we open it?
Yeah, of course you can. It's 100% polyester, and it feels a little bit like sandpaper. It is great for things like boxes, anything that you want to make a structure out of.
So there's 4 of them. Yes, so it's thinner.
It's thinner,
But-
it's polyester, and it is more rigid.
Yes.
So it's great for things like your boxes. It's great for things like bag bottoms, things like that. But maybe you want to use it for placemats. It's exactly the same thing that they're saying, but you don't have to use it for placemats. You can do whatever you want to do. Exactly the same. But with this, you would fuse onto the top.
Oh, so yeah, so okay, so it's fusible.
It's fusible
right.
both sides, but you will need to have the underneath fabric underneath, because this will melt the glue on the back.
Okay.
Okay, so you will need to make sure that you are beautifully laid out, okay, and so when you do fuse,
Right.
it won't stick fully.
So
but
what's
it will
the
just
benefit of using this placemat over the Bosal one?
personal preference.
Okay.
Because
Just-
some people haven't ever had a go with craft text before. If you haven't ever had a go with it, you might want to use it as a box. You might want to use it as a basket.
Right.
You might want to do something a little bit different with it. So again, it's all those different things. And it's like we were talking about when I was talking in the green room earlier. There are so many, everything that you make, everything that is in the middle, there is a reason for it.
Yeah, there is that.
Okay,
yes.
it's not just that you're just putting something in the middle. If you're hanging something on the wall, what am I going to put in the middle? If I'm making a box, how structured do I want it? If I'm making a bag, do I want a floppy
so
bag?
what
Do I want a
stabiliser do I need?
Exactly that. So there are all these conversations, really important conversations about things that go in the middle. So, you know, again, you would, exactly the same way as you would use your in-our form, but it is a different product. It's very flat,
Yeah.
it's very firm, but you can have great fun with this. You know, you can really cut it up, make boxes, make wallets, make
Yeah,
all
because it's
different things.
it's thinner but stiffer.
Yes, yeah, it's more like a rigid
Yeah.
interfacing. But again, the thing with this is that you will get your creases in here as well. So if you wanted to make, say, that bag,
No, I need to move you over.
oh,
There
sorry.
you go.
If you wanted to make that bag again, same sort of
Yeah.
thing, you can really get those creases in there and fold it, and then again.
Well, I think it's lovely, especially when you look at the picture, that it gives, you know, the way that they've made them here, and I guess they've done it by turning it right sides out.
And turning it through.
It gives it a really professional look, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Because it's quite a stiff placemat. I mean, you know, I'm thinking Christmas, it's brilliant, isn't it?
And the patterns are not in here, but you can find them all out there. So you can, you know, you can find them on, I think these ones are Poorhouse quilts. And you can go on their website and you can find them, because all of these ones that are on Bozo are out there to actually be able
so
to
you'd be able
use
to
it.
see how, I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's lovely. That's a really good pack, isn't it?
It's just great fun to use something that maybe you haven't used
Yeah,
before.
yeah. I mean, and it's really affordable. I think $21.99 for 4.
Yeah.
That's really good, isn't it?
Get the kids playing, you know, get the kids making their own placemats and things.
Oh no, how cool! Because they could like draw on their fabric,
Yep.
eat my dinner.
Yeah.
Right, we haven't got long left, so we're just going to recap your products. Right, have we got the ruler left? So this was the original thing that we did, but we're very limited on the ruler. In fact, there's 30 of these left. So this is the ruler. So if you've only just tuned in, I'll put it on a bit of black card. It will mark 1/4, 3/4 and 1/2 inch seam allowances.
Either way, whether you're left-handed or right-handed.
Or lines or whatever. There's little grooves in this and you just
Yeah.
draw along them.
You can mark out your stitches, you can mark out your seam allowance, you can even take this under your sewing machine and mark out where you put your needle down and actually work out where you want your 1/4 of an inch
yeah,
to be.
that's true actually. It'd be good actually for marking like running stitches as well.
Yeah.
Then do them. Right, we've got 28 of these left and 63 in baskets. It's $12.99. It's fabulous. I mean, you can just use it for just drawing with, or you can use it with a rotary cutter. But honestly, when you're marking a seam allowance, it's quick and easy. You can use a chalk pen through it or use a friction
Yeah, you
pen.
don't have to think about it. You just pick up and you just mark.
Because there's no numbers on it.
No numbers.
Just
Why
easy.
complicate? And it's bizarre, isn't it, that you're saying it's a patchwork quilting, sewing, dressmaking ruler with no numbers on it. It doesn't sort of go together.
Well, you kind of know, don't you, that you know it's 1/4, 3/4, and you know,
Yeah.
you can see that it is. But it just makes it easier because you can just draw through it. So, right, there's only 26 of these left now, or 25, and there's 70 odd in baskets. So you do need to check out on this. Right, the next thing is the corner. The corner. It's in everything, this is.
It is. It's a really good one for the fact that you can do that 2 or 3 inch box bottom, but then you can actually take some of the little nodules off and make it to whatever size you want. So even if you wanted a 1-inch box bottom on something really small.
So you can draw around it like we've done here before, so you can get a nice corner, you can do your box bottoms, it's the binding.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's the corner. It doesn't matter, because you don't actually have to choose which bit.
Because you're getting it all.
Because you get all of it anyway. It's absolutely brilliant. There's only 32 of these left and 53 in basket. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. And then we can go for full sell-out day, and then Sasha might come back, you see. Well, you are back tomorrow, aren't you?
I am back tomorrow. I'm doing Coloricious tomorrow, and
What is Coloricious?
the most beautiful wooden stamps, fabric stamping.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so
not your things this
no,
time?
no. I'm on for Coloricious, and so that's at 12 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock I'm on Hobby Maker.
Exciting.
So not only am I here, I'm doing Hobby Maker as well.
Well, if you're
How
stuck in the
amazing.
middle of that roundabout, give us a ring.
Yeah,
I
I
can
will.
always drive round it and you
Yeah,
can like jump in as I'm going.
That's what I needed. I was even contemplating getting a taxi to the middle of the roundabout just to stop the traffic anyway.
Oh, you should have say like phone the fire brigade. That would have been even funnier.
Half an hour.
Right, I know. You should have phoned the fire, and you'd have had a whole fire engine full of really nice firemen.
Where's Sasha? Oh, she's by
Just in the roundabout.
On the
with
dual
with the
carriageway.
horses. The seam guide.
They weren't even
The
there,
seam
so I
gauge.
couldn't even say
It
that I
wasn't
was
even the
visiting.
horses. They're nearly always there. It's weird.
Can't even say that I was there to visit them.
It's so funny. I'm never going to look at that roundabout the same again. Oh, no. The seam gauge, we've only got 23 of these left. This is where you can mark your seam allowances. This is where you can check your seam allowances. This is where you can just draw your seam allowances on.
Yeah.
You know, there's always, it's these little gadgets.
It's a handy tool.
I think people find their own uses for,
I just,
don't they?
if you're like me and you open a pattern and it says 3/8, 5/8, 7/8, and you just want to throw the pattern to one side, do you know what?
Get
That's
yourself
what
one
you
of
need.
them.
Yeah.
It's
It does
brilliant.
take that stress out of it.
Because it's just there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's because they're laser cut as well.
They are.
You know it's going to be accurate.
Yeah, they are.
So low again in stock of those. Have we got any of the patterns left, Ben? Very few. The pod panel. Remember, you will get instructions. I'm just showing you the panel, but you will get instructions. Make sure I've got the right panel. No, that's not the pod. This is the pod panel. You will get instructions with yours. So for the pod panel, we have 12 of these left. We've got way more than that in basket. So you will get the panel that makes, or if you've only just tuned in, go, what is that? That makes these 3 pods. It makes the big pod, the medium pod, and the small pod. Again, brilliant for teaching, quick projects, having a go. There's only 10 of the pod panel left. And then finally, the purse. 10 of that one left. That's weird, isn't it? That is weird.
There we go.
How is it exactly the same? This is the purse panel. You will get full instructions as well. So, big purse, little purse.
And all
cardboard
the
box.
attachments that you might want.
I know. Well, I like this because I would think I'd put one of those on a little magnetic snap.
Yeah,
Lovely.
yeah, exactly. It's how you want it to be, how you want
Yeah.
to make
You
your
can do it
purse.
even. That's brilliant. Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
No, thank you.
It's been a pleasure. I've loved it.
It's
loved
been
it.
lovely.
Can't wait for the next show. Do you know when you're going to come back with that? Well, other than obviously you're on tomorrow with Colourlicious.
I might do, but yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
You might.
I'm. Yeah,
You
next
will.
month.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. It's been a pleasure. Hasn't it been lovely meeting Sasha? It's great. It's been really good fun. But you'll be back with Colourlicious tomorrow at 12.
Colourlicious tomorrow.
So that's good. And very soon, proper Sewing Street with all of your new items.
extras,
More
yeah.
things. This is just the very beginning. This is just the touching the surface, isn't it?
It is. It's yeah. So
And
thank
it's
you.
it's been a pleasure. And I know that you've all really enjoyed it. And we've had some lovely messages. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's all about sewing room tools. I love sewing room tools. I love gadgets, and we've got loads of them. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a couple of minutes' time.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Welcome back to my sewing shop. I feel like this is a sewing haberdashery. In fact, what's even funnier is that most of these items I actually own myself, which if you ever saw my sewing room, it is like a sewing shop. One of the greatest things I have are these snaps. I love these. I used to spend ages sewing on press fasteners. You know, even if it's just like a little flap on a pocket, or what do I use them for? That kind of thing, you know, where you've got like a little purse or a little flap and you want to hold it down. Then I discovered these. They're absolutely brilliant. Now, in order to attach the snaps, you need the pliers. And these are they. So you get your cam snaps, and then the pliers, you do need a tool for them. I think that's why I didn't have them for ages, because I wasn't absolutely sure how they work. So you have the tool for them, and that will attach the snaps. Cap, stud, socket. So you just attach them on there. Without this, well, actually, I don't know how you do it. I think you do have to have these. I'm trying to think. I don't think you'd be able to do it without them. Yeah, so, and it comes with its die and shank, and it's perfect for size. It's important. It does say size 20, which is important, but we sell the size 21, so that's all good. But you need it for the size 20. And all you do is you put I haven't got a bit of fabric here, but you put the bottom of the snap. Let me show you. These are the snappy things. So this is the pack. Can we put these on as well? I haven't got clear ones in my pack. No, I've got loads of colours in mine, but, oh, hang on, my ears have gone. I've got loads of colours, but I haven't got clear. So what you do is you choose the colour you want and take a few of them out, and then you have to choose all the bits. So you have to have, for each a pair, you've got to have 2 of those, and then you have to have a male one that looks like that and a female one that looks like that. And the male one is the least attractive one. No, I'm joking. The male one has a more of a protruding bit, and the female one has a not protruding bit. Oh, how do you say that polite? I don't know. That's it anyway. Anyway, so you get them all, and then you put this bit goes under here. thingy. I mean, look, it explains it all. Select the 4 pieces needed, 2 caps, a stud and a socket. Look, and I'd like to say that on the packaging it says a stud, male, and a socket, female. I do always put a little hole in my fabric when I do. I'm just seeing whether it says that. Yeah, no, it does. It does say to put a hole. So you put the hole in your fabric and then you use the little pliers, and then that's done. And then that means that you can clip things together. So maybe you're doing like children's clothes or baby clothes and you want it to be able to open quite quickly. Or even if you're doing like a little jacket or something. Now, so you do need the pliers. The pliers were on before. And these are £8.99. So look what you get for £8.99. Clear ones, as I've never seen before. You get clear white, cream, lilac, baby pink, orangey red, apple green, yellow, kind of a mint green, ice green, purple, dark blue, bright blue. This is a really useful, this goldy, bronzy colour. I use that a lot because it looks quite natural. And grey and black. If you've never used these, they're brilliant. I love them. £8.99 for the pack, and then you do need to get the pliers as well. But the great thing is you don't have to buy both together, so that when you've run out of these, you can just buy another pack. Because you don't want 2 sets, do you? An innie and an outie. Yeah, that's true. Not, what do they call them on here? A stud and a socket. Stud and a socket. There's never going to be a good way to describe it, is there? Although, to be fair, I love the last bit on here. The snaps are correctly applied if you hear a snap when closing them. If you don't hear a snap when closing them, you've done it wrong. That's brilliant. Oh, I love that one. Pardon? Oh, yes, right. So those are those. They are absolutely brilliant. I'd definitely get some of those. This one, now I've got one of these, and I was just thinking the other day I need to get a new one. This is a brilliant stitch ripper. I've had mine, I think, for about 5 years, and the rubbery end, I've got a different one with not such big a rubbery end, and it's going a bit. So this is like an uber stitch ripper. So however perfect we think, well, none of us do, we all know we make mistakes, you will need a stitch ripper. So this not only has 2 stitch rippers, it has stitch rubber outers as well. So there's the big one, depends on what sort of seams you're doing, and if you do the other one, that's for little ones, because sometimes you might be doing big ones, and if you're undoing like denims or canvases or big stitches, you need a bigger end, you see. So you can choose. Now, this I love, and I use mine all the time. It's like rubbery. It looks a bit like a honeycomb. So when you rip the stitch, you've got all those little thread ends, and if you rub it with that, it picks up all the threads. I had no idea. I've got a different one with not so much rubber, and after about 5 years, it has rubbed out, which is why I need to get a new one. But honestly, £6.99, it's brilliant. I love it. Now, you know that little ball, I didn't realise this for a long time. That's obviously to stop you stabbing yourself. When you unpick a seam, you should always have the ball downwards and do it that way. And you are less likely to cut your fabric. Now, mostly, I will undo a seam by actually cutting through every 3 or 4 stitches with this. But if you want to undo a whole seam, then have the ball downwards. But this is brilliant, because you know what it's like when you've undone a seam. You've got all those little threads and you have to pull them up. But if you use the end and you just rub it across it, what it does, it just picks up all the threads and then you can take them off. Honestly, it is fabulous, because I've always had, because your sewing machine comes with them, don't they? But having this, that you've got 2 ends and you've got this rubs out, and it does, honestly, picks up all the threads. It's brilliant. So I would highly recommend you get one of them. I absolutely love them. But mine has only got 1 rubbery end, which has now run out, and that one's got 2 rubbery ends, so it's never going to run out, is it? But I mean, I guess after 5 years, and I lost it for 6 months, found it in the cupboard here. Weird, just lost it. It was inside a bag. I must have been demonstrating one of our bags or so, an Amber Bakes bag, and put it in there, lost it for 6 months. The joy. But anyway, I'm going to get one of these. They are honestly brilliant. If you've got a seam rip, if you've got the one that comes with your sewing machine, it's fine. This is better. Right, that's that one. What shall we do next? Oh, should we do needles? Because I love needles. I'm getting worried because I think I'm halfway through my box now, which is always a worry because when you buy 100, you think you're going to last forever. There are, I don't know which is which. Okay, I can't even find the code. Well, you won't know anyway. Right, there are two sorts of needles here. One is Microtex and one is universal. This is Microtex. I love these, and these are the ones that I asked Barry the buyer to buy. He said, do you think we'll sell packs of 100? I went, well, I'd definitely buy them. And I am halfway through my pack, which is worrying because then I might run out. So there's nothing worse than breaking your needle and not having another one. The other day, I went to do a zigzag stitch and I put the wrong foot on. I've got a foot that will just work. I don't even know what the foot was for, but it wouldn't let me do a zigzag stitch because the gap wasn't big enough and snapped the needle. Really annoying. And if you run out of the needles and you haven't got the right size or the right number, that's it. You can't carry on stitching because you know it's just not going to work properly. So Microtex needles, pack of 100, $49.99, way, way cheaper, less expensive than buying them in packs of 5 or 10. Microtex is a super sharp needle. It's brilliant for quilting weight cotton. That's why I use them. But it's also really good for things like velvets, which are a bit of a tighter weave. Really, really recommended for lawns and silks where they're a finer weight. But for quilting weight cotton, absolutely perfect. So you get 100 in here. It's a more economical way of buying them. It's a size 70. And again, 70, ideal for quilting weight cotton. So I know, if you're a dressmaker and you mainly use canvas, I would say, these will work, but I would say probably if you're doing canvases, try a jeans needle. But if you're doing quilting weight cottons or finer fabrics in dressmaking, or those polyester velvets, these are perfect. And having a little box like this of 100 that will just sit in the tool storage area of your sewing machine is brilliant. And you just slide it back over, and there we go. $49.99, and they are great. A lot of people often say to me, which size needle should I use, what type? And there are different needles and different sizes for all different fabrics. And I always say, if you're not sure, buy a multi-pack, because quite often you can get like a pack of 5 that's got 70, 80, 90, and 100, and then you know. But if you are a patchworker quilter or using quilting weight cotton, your Microtex is the answer. And you get 100 of them. So I know it might feel like £50 for needles, but honestly, you will save money. You're not going to use any more just because you bought more. You'll save money. And it's just a really nice, it's reassuring to know that you're not going to run out. So that's the Microtex. Now, we also do the needles, the multi-pack, as universal. Now, the universal ones are less expensive, not because they are inferior, but simply economies of scale. Schmetz sell more universal than they do Microtex, so therefore they can lower the price of them. Schmetz is a brand that's recommended by most sewing machine manufacturers. I know Elnham recommend them. I know Juki do. And if you use either their needles or a Schmetz needle, if you use a needle that the sewing machine manufacturer recommends, your warranty's covered, and you know that, because the first thing they'll say when your machine doesn't work is, what needle have you got in then? If you've got a decent quality needle, that's not the problem. This is a universal. Again, it's a size 70, so it's brilliant for just your medium weight cotton fabrics. Universal means it's not super sharp and it's not super ballpoint. It's halfway between a Microtex and a jersey. So you can use it for woven fabrics. You can also use them for non-woven fabrics. When you buy a sewing machine, it nearly always will come either fitted with a universal needle or it will come with a packet of universal needles. I started using Microtex only when I started doing a bit of research into them, and I like the super sharpness. But if you've got a box of universal, that's going to cover you for pretty much all your needs. If you want to get more specialist, then you can start moving into the jersey needles, the ballpoint, the Microtex, but your universal covers everything. And $39.99 for 100 is an amazing price. Amazing. The what? Oh, this, yes. This is really cool, actually. Oh, no, this isn't the linen one. This is the garment steamer. this is the garment steamer. I don't know how this works, but it looks amazing because I was reading about it yesterday. So, I have no idea how it works, though. Ooh. Right, it smooths the surface and helps remove the... Right, I've got it. So, oh, you've got one. There's one. So, I thought it was actually heated, but what you do is you use it with like an iron or a steamer because it's got the holes in, it's got a reflective cover, so you can put it underneath things. So if you put it under collars or cuffs and you use it with a garment steamer, that's what it's for. Oh God, it's only $3.99. Really? Wow. So you use it with a steamer. Let me show you the picture and it will make sense. Because I read about it when I was reading up on all of this last night, thinking, that's amazing. So when you want, if you've got your shirt hanging up, like in this picture, and then or you've got collars and cuffs, and you want to be able to put it onto something flat to do it, this is what you need. Because you can't put your hand on it, can you? Actually, do you know what I would use it for? I wonder if you could use it, because it's got a heat reflective cover. If you can use it with an iron, you must be able to if you can use it with that. You could put this inside things, like, inside a small bag or a sleeve, or items that you're making that you just want to get into like a little box corner. You could use that. It's like a bigger form of the iron finger, and then you could iron on top of it, and then the heat comes out. You know the iron finger that you can put inside? We sell the iron finger. But this would be absolutely perfect. It's like a portable ironing board, isn't it? I think that's genius. Absolutely genius. Anyway, $3.99. Loving that. That's brilliant. Curved safety pins. Should we do that next? I love a curved safety pin. The what? Oh, yeah, do that. These are great. These are perfect for pinning together quilts. Because if you've ever tried to pin a quilt together, when you've got the base layer, if you're not using basting spray, or if you just want to pin together part of it, if you're trying to pin together layers of fabric that are on a flat surface, it's really hard to get a straight pin in, obviously, because you're trying to get it in and you can't, particularly if you're pinning in the centre, you can't get through. The curved safety pin is absolutely perfect because, see, it has a curve. So when you are pinning in, you can keep that item flat and you can curve the pin, whereas if you're using a normal pin. Also, the benefit of doing this is if you've ever quilted a quilt that you've pinned, as you're quilting it, the pins keep falling out. They stab in your hands and they fall out. Whereas these, because they're a safety pin, will stay in. So basically, I mean, they're used for quilting, but anything that you want to pin together where you need to keep the fabric flat, the curved safety pin is the answer. I'm not sure what else they would be used for. But, you know, you get these products like this that are just perfect. 100 pieces. Right, so that's the curved safety pins. The loop turner, I promised. Now, the loop turner, this was something I actually asked Sewing Street to buy because I needed to make some... I needed to make some rouleau loops for a jacket I was making, and I tested... There are various brands of loop turners on the market. So I tested all of them to see which one worked best. And actually, I thought this one was really good. And even better, I think it was the most affordable as well. So if you want to make a rouleau loop, which is basically a loop of a piece of fabric you fold in half, sew right sides together, you need to turn it right sides out. It's extremely narrow because you use it to hold buttons in place. This really is the only thing that works. And if you actually follow the instructions, I tried it without that, it is amazing how it works. So it tells you how to do it. So cut your bias strip to the desired width plus ½ an inch, fold it in half, and then you just put, can you see there's a little hook on the end? So there's a little hook and a little gate, and you push it inside the tube, and then pull it down, and that catches on the edge, and then you just pull it right sides out. It's amazing. It will work to do other tubes of fabric, as long as the fabric isn't too thick and it's not too wide, because it's only a little delicate. It's quite a sharp end that will pierce the fabric, and then you can put that in. But if you want to turn a fabric tube right sides out, the point turners, the loop, are brilliant. But if you're using a very narrow tube or fine fabric, this is just genius. Honestly, absolutely love it. And it's one of those gadgets, £3.49. It actually really works, and it's really good. I played about, looked at all the different YouTubes for how to do it, but actually the instructions on here about cutting it at an angle, it works so well. And if you ever want to make little loops to put round buttons rather than doing buttonholes, it is what you need. So that is the loop turner. We've got some nice thread here. How about quilting thread? Now, this is really affordable cotton thread. It's cotton. Cotton threads. I hadn't really thought about that. So if you're making fabric items that you want to put in the microwave, like microwavable bowl cozies, you need to use cotton thread. Never, because polyester thread will melt. You're absolutely right. I don't think I've ever thought about putting things I've made into the microwave. But I guess, yes, if you're doing something like a cozy or one of those wheat things, you know, those wheat bags that you fill up, you need to use cotton. But this, look, you've got all of these reels of thread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got black, grey, navy green, red, pink, yellow, dark cream, light cream, and white. It's just a great price. Every spool has got 500 metres of thread on it, and you are getting 10 spools in total. £14.99, so that's £1.49, 500 metres of thread. It's an amazing price. Now, we're low on stock of this. We've only got 23 of them left. It's a really, really affordable way of buying decent quality. It's by So Easy. It's decent quality cotton thread. If you want to be able to, if you want pure cotton thread, or you just want something affordable, it's all the same 50 weight that you would use for any of your sewing needs. I mean, I just think having that range of colours, you know, when you just need a load of thread, you've run out the white, or you want a navy, just having affordable thread like this is really useful. There's different threads for different things. We've got some Aurifil thread that I'll show you in a moment. And we've also got some, we haven't got cushion, we've got Aurifil thread, which I'll show you. So there's different threads for different things, but I think when you just need a really decent thread, decent quality, £1.49 a spool, you can't really go wrong with that. Also, it's actually quite useful if you want to give somebody like a sewing starter set as a gift. Really good to have this range, because you know, if you're new to sewing, you know, or you buy a sewing kit, it comes in white and black. To have that range is quite nice. So if you're ever buying somebody a gift where you want to get them started, or you want to give them a little sewing pack, it's a really nice thing to have. £14.99 for that. Now I've got two Aurifils. I'll start with the red one. Which one? Now you've got the Rosso Rubino. Yes. This. Let me just slide it out. There we go. So this isn't sewing thread. This is stranded cotton, which I think is amazing, because I never knew you could get stranded cotton on spools. It's absolutely brilliant. So it's small, it's called Aurifloss, right? Which basically is Aurifil's stranded cotton. And you see all these beautiful colours. It's in all these lovely shades of reds and orange. It comes with, it tells you exactly, there's the chart. If you go to the Aurifil website, it gives you the information there. You can get the free chart for stitching this beautiful alphabet sampler using these colours. And they are beautiful, graduating tones of reds and corals. So you think when you buy stranded cotton, you get 8 metres on a skein. And how many spools have we got here? 10. 10. So therefore, that's £3.89 for 10 spools, and each spool has 200 metres. Well, if you buy a skein, you get 8 metres on it. And each of these spools is 200 metres. So this, and what did I say? They're £3.89. So for about 8 metres, there's normally, like say DMC stranded cotton is going to be about 140, 150 a skein. This is amazing value if you work out all of the maths. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful thread to use. And what a nice little thing for £38.99. Go onto the Orifil website, download the free chart, and then you've got all of these beautiful skeins, but they're all on nice little wooden spools of stranded cotton. And I don't know whether Orifil have only recently started doing this, or I've only just recently discovered it. But it's a very, very high quality, cost-effective way of getting stranded cotton, whether you use it for cross stitch, whether you use it for embroidery, whether you want to use it to embellish your applique. This is brilliant. And those lovely shades of reds and coals and pinks, absolutely perfect. But what a great price. If you work it, if you're a cross stitch or embroidery, you work it out. Well, I've just done it quickly in my head, that what an amazing price that is. So that is actually stranded cotton. Right, the next Orifil is this one, and this is blues and yellows. Oh, this is lovely. Sunny skies. I don't know whether it's open or not. Oh well, it will be now. So this is Orifil thread. So if you've never used this before, this is like beautiful. This is kind of your top quality thread. In this pack, you've got blues, yellows, and you've got the little bit of green for your kind of leaves. It's 7 small spools, so it's 50 weight, which is your normal weight. You're getting 220 yards on each of the spools. I discovered yesterday, actually, for some reason, my automatic needle thread is not working. I don't know what I've done to it. And honestly, Orifil is the easiest thread to thread into your needle, because it's such long staple cotton, it's so smoothly spun that when you need to thread it into your needle, there's no fluffy bits at all. I'd noticed that before, but it's really lovely to sew with. I do have to say, I do save my Orifil for my lovely projects where I want that depth of colour. The thread sits within the fabric rather than sitting right on top of it. And it's a little bit more forgiving as far as because it sits within the fabric more. If you go slightly wrong, it doesn't show up as well. And anyway, yesterday I discovered threading your needle, if you have to do it by hand, is easier with Orifil. Just because there's no fluffy bits, so it just slides in. So that's beautiful, £29.99 for that. Again, work it out by the metre. Although we always think of this as our premium thread, it's because often the spools are quite big. Work it out by the metre. It's actually not as expensive as you think it is. Oh, we have got more thread. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Right, that's the Summery Skies. Now, we've got some Gutermann. Oh, where are they then? Oh, these. Oh, Gutermann. I didn't know we did these. No. I've never seen these. Gutermann pre-wound bobbins. Amazing. Just with white thread. Wow. £6.99? Oh, these are from embroidery machines. Probably why I've never seen them then. But you could use these. This is the thing with these, is that you can't use these these are for embroidery machines. You can't use these in your normal sewing machine. However, you can use them as your top thread. Nothing to stop you at all. That'll fit on your spindle. So don't use them in the bobbin in your embroidery machine. But at that price, rather than winding up, don't use them as your top thread, because it's only like a spool of thread, isn't it? And that is an amazing price. 120 metres. Wow. On each bobbin. No. It must be, mustn't it? 120 and there's 6. 720 metres for £6.99 of Gutermann thread. And you honestly, this is just your polyester Gutermann thread, wonderful quality, but you could use that at the top. But if you've got an embroidery machine, then get that. That makes a big difference, doesn't it? But obviously, you know, you have to think about the bobbins, but they're absolutely perfect for embroidery machines, or can use them for hand sewing. I like the fact they all come in that little tube as well. Great price. Yeah, never seen those before. I'll put them all back in. Oh, let's do wadding. H640. Isn't it? Oh, it's H630. Ooh. Oh, I like this. So, right, H630 is the same as H640, but thinner. So you're saying, what's H640? H640 is an iron-on wadding. They call it fleece, but wadding, same thing. So one side is iron-on, it's got glue. The other side is fleecy. So it's absolutely perfect because you can iron it on like the back of fabric for if you're doing cushions or bags or little makeup purses and you just want to do a bit of quilting. It's really easy and quick. You don't have to line it as you're sewing because this won't get caught in your machine. So we use metres and metres and metres of H640. We use it in all sorts of cushions and bags. But if you want it a little bit thinner, maybe you just want a very slight, you know when you quilt and you get that little puffiness, maybe just a slight amount. Or maybe you're doing a purse or you don't want to trim the wadding, get an H630. It's exactly the same thing. It's a little bit thinner. So if you're doing something where you think, oh, I'm going to have to, maybe you're doing something with a zip and you think, oh, I have to trim the wadding out, use an H630. It's just a bit thinner. If you use H640, get yourself a piece of this. It's a metre, so this is pre-cut pieces, metre by 90 centimetres, only £7.99. And I keep this as well. I use mainly H640 because I use it for cushions and bags, all that kind of thing. But I do keep the H630 just because it's just a little bit lighter. So you know when you only want a very small bit of wadding. I mean, the H640 isn't really thick, but I find with zips this is better. Or if I'm doing just a little purse, or if I want the wadding there to just give a bit of extra volume, but without too much. I mean, £7.99, and that's a whole metre. 90 centimetres wide, just like your H640. But if you're a H640 person, you'll know that you'll want to use that. I mean, we do these cut H640 pieces, but we're not allowed to sell that. In fact, I got into trouble last time. Somehow I managed to schedule that. But should we do it again? Shall we do it again? Yeah, metre of. We haven't obviously got it here. Oh, right. But if you want the metre piece of, if you want the pre-cut piece of H640, £9.99. If you've never used either, get yourself a metre of H630 and a metre of H640. The joy is it's better value for money because it's £9.99 for a metre of H640 and it's £6.99 for half a metre. So it's obviously better value, but we weren't supposed to be doing it again. But you know what? If we're doing a metre of H630, also, that's £2 difference. So H630 is less expensive as well. I'd get yourself a bit of both. When you're doing something small, or you know, don't you? You know when you're making something and you don't want it to have as much volume, and you know when you want it to have more volume. So I would say that I would do both. Also, if you want some H640, honestly, £9.99 for a metre cut piece. It's a metre by 90 centimetres. We're not normally supposed to do it. I don't know why, but for some reason we're not doing it as metre cut pieces anymore. But I think if we're allowed to do the H630 as metre cut pieces, then we can do it kind of makes sense. And I think it's really nice to have both. It will tell you, and do follow the instructions, it will tell you on the selvage how long you need to do it. It's the same as the H640, but the good thing is that it is labelled on the selvage. the H630 and the 640. So keep them separate, but they are actually labelled. Use the bit without the selvage first so you always know. But you know, don't you? You know what you would want to do with that. I know a lot of people, when they're doing a plique that they quilt at the same time, they'll use H630 instead because they don't want the really high and low relief that you get with a H640. They just want a little bit more stability. And it's worth experimenting with, to be honest, isn't it? It's worth, have a go, get yourself the H630 if you've not tried it, or get both. And also, while we've got this H640 metre piece, £9.99, I'd get that. I like to keep about 3 metres in at once, just because I use it for so many things. It really just adds a little bit more professionalism, even if you're making like a little makeup bag. Put a little bit of this, and if you don't want a bit of the fusible wadding in, if you don't want to you have too much, then use the H630. And do follow the instructions, because I was testing it the other day, and it does say damp cloth 15 seconds. And if you find that your H640 or 30 isn't sticking in presses because you don't follow the instructions like I normally don't. So all I did was I got a tea towel, ran it under the water, wrung it all out, and then I put the fabric face down, so wrong size down onto here, and then I pressed it, and I did count 15 with the damp cloth. All the steam comes up. But it really sticks. And I hadn't even realised they'd written the instructions on it. So definitely worth getting. Get yourself a piece of it. If you haven't tried this, let me know and see what you think. What do you use it for? But, I mean, you know, luckily, I have access to all these things and I see them and think, oh, I'm going to have a go at that. And it is really nice to have both of them. I use the H640 more, but there is always place for an H630 as well. Eau de coat. I love eau de coat. Eau de coat, I remember when I first discovered this, that was when I was on Sewing Quarter a very long time ago. It makes fabric water resistant or waterproof, which is brilliant because the fact, you know, when you see all these, sometimes you can buy really nice cotton fabrics that have got a waterproofing, but they're quite expensive and also there aren't that many of them. But you can make your fabric waterproof. So what you do, you can either coat your fabric, then cut it and sew with it. Or if you've got something you've already made, you can spread this on top after you've made it. It makes the fabric waterproof and the seams as well. It's entirely up to you. Experiment a bit. If you put, what you do is it's like a gel. I don't know whether it's like a jelly underneath. It comes with this thing that's like a credit card that you use to scrape it on. It's very jelly. It looks a bit like a PVA glue. It isn't that, but it looks a bit like that. You spread it on, let it dry. One coat will make it a little bit splash proof, which is great if you just want to put it on the outside of something. If you go up to like 3 coats, it'll make it waterproof. So maybe you've made like a wash bag and you want a waterproof lining, you can do it with this. Maybe you've got beautiful cotton fabric, but you want it waterproof. Or maybe you've made a bag, like a tote bag, but you want that bottom section to be waterproof because you can use it retrospectively, so you can do it afterwards. It doesn't take that long to dry, actually. I usually find I wonder what it actually says. It dries permanently after 24 hours. So it says after each application, allowed to dry and iron. Oh, 20 minutes. Yeah, I didn't think it was long. So you spread this on, leave it to dry for 20 minutes and iron it. And then after 24 hours, it's dried permanently and it's ready to use. I mean, honestly, it's brilliant. It's only $14.99. It goes quite a long way. So if you've got a really nice fabric and you want to it gives it a little bit more body, the more you put on, the glossier it gets. So when you put your first layer on, if you just want it to be a bit splash proof, the fabric has a slight rougher quality and goes quite matte. And the more layers you put on, and it recommends, well, I've never tried more than 3, it recommends on here 3, it goes nice and shiny. It's miracle. Bottom of tote bags though, absolutely brilliant. Where are they? Oh, there. Oh, this is like the little upholstery set. General set. Yeah. It's got curved needles. Yeah. So this is a really useful, like, home general purpose set. So what you've got is your curved needles. These are brilliant upholstery needles because they go around corners. But anything where you need to sew something around a corner. So if you've got to mend something, you know when you get like a bit of piping or braid that falls off, comes undone from the edge of your sofa, happens to me, you can sew them up with them. If you make little fabric boxes, you can sew them up with these. So you've got those. What price are we going to take this to? £2.36. We've got tapestry needles here, which are size 18 to 22. So they're too thick for cross stitch, but they're brilliant for sewing up like knitting or crochet, or if you are lacing things like, you know, when you lace fabrics, because they're blunt ended. And then you've also got you've got chenille and crewel, so you've got two sorts of embroidery needles. There's the chenille, because the chenille have got bigger eyes for thicker thread. These are the crewel, these are for embroidery, but you can use crewel, are really nice for general sewing. So this is everything. You've got your tapestry needles that are really good this size for sewing up knitting and crochet, your curved mending needles, and then you've got chenille needles and crewel needles, brilliant for embroidery. £2.36. £2.36. And do you know what? If you've bought yourself a packet of needles, or you've got a pack from the supermarket, then get these. These are a fantastic price at £2.36, and that's going to cover all your needs. And honestly, we sell packs of curved needles for more than that. And they are really useful. It's one of those things that when you've got them, you go, oh, I've got a curved needle. Brilliant. We've got another... Have we? Another pack of needles and pins. Where? Oh, yeah. Pack of needles and pins. Oh, gosh. This is a great price as well. How did we get them for that? Needles and pins mini bundle, £5.99. Right, so in here you've got 30 assorted needles in one of those really nice dispensers where you can turn it round. You've got baby safety pins, look, little ones, gold and silver ones, and then you've got a packet of pins. So again, do you know what? This would be ideal for a little travel sewing kit, wouldn't it? Because everything's in little boxes. So when you're going away, or you want to make someone a travel sewing kit, really nice gift as well. You just need some thread. In fact, if you pop that in as well, yeah, thread, needles, safety pins, lovely. That's all you need, isn't it? Lovely. Binding clips. There they are. These are good. I always laugh at these because I always think they're called binding clips. I always think they look like hair clips, which they sort of are. Let me just open them up. There we go. So these are really good for attaching binding, obviously, to the edge of your quilt to hold it in place while you're sewing, because if you've got a double fold binding around the edge of a quilt, there's a lot of layers to go through. These you can clip together because you can't pin. But look, you open them up, put them around your fabric, close them. Brilliant. I'll put them on my H630 and then you can see. They will hold lots of layers together, and they will hold it together really tightly. And also, because they've got that curve on them, because they're not, whereas hair clips are straight, then when you clip them like that, what it's doing is holding that edge down really nicely. You can actually clip them just inside the edge, and you can actually, as long as you're careful you don't sew through them, you can then just sew outside them all the way along the edge, which makes it a lot easier because it will hold it in place, and you can hold them in place whilst you're stitching. So I would just put them just within, and it holds it really tight. It also, can you see, it holds it, I'll show you on the desk, sort of flat. So when you are running your sewing machine down there, it's holding it, and you can sew just outside, or you can take them off as you go along. But they're great, only £2.99 for that, and you get 30. We've only got 30 boxes left in stock, though. And one of those nice little niche products that are really useful. You'll end up using them for all sorts of things as well, not just binding. Right. the hemline, for some very strange reason, this is on split pay. We don't know why though, but we're going with it. It must have been a special offer at some point. It's on 3-way split pay. Have you got one, Dan? Oh, Dan's going to bring me one. So hemline, which is like, it's like the superior range. You know, what do they call them in supermarkets? Finest, or there's another one, it's like hemline's finest. So it comes in, oh, it's all really cool as well because it comes in a beautiful sort of like recycled packaging box. So it's lovely. And then this is what it looks like inside. So it's got a really nice, just moving all my things out of the way. It's got a really nice black outer with all white sewing haberdashery stuff. When you open it up, see, this is what you take for a workshop. So on that side, you can press. It's an ironing board because it's got like foam in it. Brilliant to take for a workshop. You won't need to queue up for the ironing board. Obviously, get yourself a mini iron as well. So you can press on this side. If we turn it over, there's your cutting mat. So got your rotary cutter. Get yourself a little ruler. You can cut on there. Brilliant. And then this, it's got like a nice, I don't know what that is, like a micro fleece, like a slightly velvety. You can then put your cut pieces, because it's sandpapery, put your cut pieces on there, fold that over, that holds it all nice. You've done all your cutting. There we go. So it's a portable ironing board and cutting mat. Now, it's $19.99, and for some very strange reason, it's on 3-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, $6.99, and we'll get it sent straight to you. If you've got a small sewing space, or maybe you just want to do a bit of ironing, cutting whilst you're next to your machine, don't want to go to the ironing board, can't be bothered with all of that, this is absolutely perfect. This is flying out. So if you want to get this one, 3-way split pay, madness, then do check out. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. It's lovely. We'll be lucky to have such a wonderful new guest as well. And I hope you just enjoyed my sewing shop. I've loved it. Tomorrow, presenting on Sewing Street is Stuart. Stuart's on tomorrow. He will be here at 8 o'clock with Catherine Wright, doing the country kitchen quilt. Nice. 9 o'clock, Michelle Clark is here sewing online craft room furniture. Catherine will be back at 10 with the improv piece Holdall, and Michelle will be back at 11 with storage solutions. And then at 12 o'clock, remember Sasha said she was going to be back, not with her own items, but she's going to be demonstrating Coloricious. Very exciting. So if you're watching tomorrow, do send Sasha some nice messages. She was really nervous before she came on, but I'm sure you all agree with me. She absolutely smashed it, and it was so lovely to see her. Have a wonderful afternoon, sewing in the sun, whatever, and I will see you back on Sewing Street next week.